on the cloud this time. Because I did it on my computer last time. Then it only showed me and Leela. And I was like, wait a minute, it should have showed us everybody that was talking. So I apologize for that. But as we come through this, we learn a lot, right? So so now imagine that going around all the creepy people around you. There you go. Doing a great job. And you could put it, you know what? You can put it in since you're the Akashic Records overtaker, right? You could put it in the main hall of the Akashic Records.
Is it 2 healing rings?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just imagine it. Oh, my ears, they're saying it'll level people up. It's gonna, yeah, because they can't, that the lower frequency can't hang out with that.
Yeah, it's done. Can I put it around my house, the complex?
Yeah.
Are you going to work today?
Yeah. Okay, and it's done.
Awesome. Yeah, I see it. When you started doing it, my ears started ringing.
You know why?
But
Because my ears, I've been hit with really strong 6G frequencies and over, I think. And it's affecting my face because they're targeting my face as well. And the ears are sort of itchy as well. So maybe that's passing. You're feeling that.
I hear yes. Yeah.
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 This is, you know, just a crazy world, really, really crazy. Well, you know, crazy world now. Totally different from yeah.
So Leela isn't going to be able to make it. She had a reservation for another stay. And she had to do some things. So so she apologizes for not being here tonight. But she did send pictures of her doggy. Her doggy.
Sweet baby.
I know, isn't that so cute? She's adorable. So she says, long story short, I've been out of the place that she was in at 10 a.m. the morning she hasn't found another place yet. So send her a message stating just stay in knowing. So Annabelle, the last week we started we talked about the Christians and Ash Wednesday. Then we went into the whole thing with the Mother Maple, the trees, Mother Maple, and what happened was we're sending you love, healing, and knowing that everything is going to be to your highest good, to work out and just project the place that you want to be. And don't think about the money, just know it will be there. The universe will provide. So we should put Leela in the middle of the medicine wheel today. Is that true? Should we put Leela in the middle of the medicine wheel? I get yes. What do you feel, Annabelle?
Sorry?
Do you feel like Leela should be in the middle of the medicine wheel today for healing?
Who's really?
Leela, she's the
Leela.
other lady that's from England.
What do you think? If you
I
think so,
get
yes.
yes. I get yes.
Does she need healing?
Yeah. Does she need to? Yeah.
Doesn't
She
we all
needs
do?
release and probably grounding.
But has she got problems?
Just with the place that she's staying, her family, just family, you know.
Oh. Yeah, let's put a healing ring around her.
Yeah. All right. Let's do that. Oh, that's beautiful. I see the two.
Do you? Do you?
Yeah. Yeah.
I wish I could see those things. I can't see anything.
But you see the colors.
Uh,
You see the colors.
yeah, I see the colors of the rings, but I don't see the people.
That's all right.
That's huge. I can't see the colors, but I can see the rings, but I can't always see the colors.
And I'll get a whiff of a visual, but not very long, you know. So, but I'm happy for it. I get more of a knowing, and I'll hear it.
I see the colors. Sometimes they're red, sometimes they're copper, brass, yellow, gold, sometimes blue. But that's probably my imagination.
No, that's good.
Allow.
Yeah, because the colors that you're seeing are like the higher etheric colors. That's the gold and the coppers and all of those are coming from the higher end of that. So that's awesome. I don't always see that. What I seen when we put it around her, I seen a lot of darkness around her. And then I seen the rings wrap around her in like two different sets.
Around
So,
Leela.
mhm.
Oh my goodness. What about me? Do you see any darkness, Katana? Still or not?
No, not since you put those 369 megahertz on you. Do you see anything on her, Betty?
Nope. I don't feel
Yeah.
anything either.
She we in the beginning we was talking and she was talking about the creepy people. So we put 369 megahertz and 528 megahertz healing rings around her. And
Took care of that business.
then
Gone.
I told her start putting on the people around her, and and then I could see like these explosions happening. And since she's the head of the Akashic records, then I'm like, start putting on the Akashic records, and then I got a big tone in my ear of like,
Cool.
yeah. So was that the angels singing at that point?
I don't know. I didn't hear anything. I just have this.
I got that it was.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm getting that you just need to allow, my dear, and trust. I am in trust. I allow. I am in trust. And then if you notice anything, just believe it's guidance or what you're seeing.
I'll do that.
Oh, because that's powerful. I mean,
Very.
yeah.
You're saying it's real. It's just trusting it. You'll get more the more you trust. That's how it works.
Yeah. So I don't know how many's gonna show up today or where it's going, but we've got the medicine wheel started and we're here, you know.
Well, you know something. I've got lots of mirrors, and they protect my dwelling from the lasers. It's good for lasers, you know. It sends it back. But then I get the family mirrors because I like mirrors. My mother liked mirrors. Uh, do you think it comes in through the mirrors, that yuck, that entity?
Not if you don't allow it. Like,
I don't allow it.
yeah,
But
because you
it's a
can put
shapeshifter.
protection.
It's a shapeshifter.
I hear yes. Is that
Mhm.
true, Betty?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
I just want to get rid of it.
I it feels like a past life. So what the question is, why does he keep coming to her?
Unfinished business. That's what I just got. Business issue.
I hear yes.
Agreement unfulfilled. I think it's a reminder of some kind. Let's see. I don't get that it's evil.
It makes her feel like the creepy guy hanging out.
Yeah,
Well,
it gets into
I'm
people.
hearing, now I don't, like I say, I haven't got a sense yet of what kind of entity this is, but as far as good or bad, but I don't get any overwhelming evil, but I just heard she owes me. There is a debt of some type, at least they think so. That's not always true.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know.
And
All
these
I know
debts,
is he gets into people, my friends,
Okay.
and people change. It's not a him, it's that on the ending, the eye.
Trying to get your attention, my dear. Let's see. Who
And
is
it puts
this?
people against me, you know, turns people against me. They become unresponsive.
I'm getting not on purpose. There's a discordance that happens when an entity enters a being, and it can affect them in unintended ways. Sometimes it is intentional though. Let's see what we can find out.
uh, excuse me.
The other tarot readers said that is they're evil.
Some of them can be picking up the wrong things.
Yeah, not everyone is a highest truth channel. And if you're having a bad day and you don't center and return to sender before you work, you can have corrupted information. So
All right.
not to, but let's see what we can find out for you. I just want to get a little deeper here. May I do my statement, Ms. Katana?
Yes.
I have a process I do, and I did it earlier, but I ended up having to squeeze something in I'd wasn't intending on having to do, so I'm a little rushed. All right, so we return to sender all energies from others that are detrimental to us or cause interference with our session. Go back to your sources now, and you can either repeat or just agree. Just I agree if you want to participate.
I agree.
We suspend all opinions, assumptions, agendas, beliefs, thought forms, and anything and everything else that comes between us, fully receiving, welcoming in, and correctly interpreting all information, guidance, and energies from our higher selves, our divine spirit team members, our divine creator, Gaia, and the energy fields of Earth out to where they cause no interference to remain until they are transmuted during this session. And so it is. We are grounded in the most beneficial equilibrium between the Earth and the Godhead. We are in and allow highest good, truth, trust, order, knowing, and congruence, clarity, well-being, and highest good. And then I like to add this part, and it's up to you if you want to do it or not. I am centered. I am in my center. I am centered. I am in my center. I am in neutral. I am neutral.
I am in neutral. I am neutral.
I am neutral. I am in neutral.
I am in neutral.
And so it is. And so it shall be. There we go. I always appreciate that effect I get from that. I can feel everything
Yeah, I feel
much
lighter.
clearer.
You know that thing that we did with
Yes, sir.
and on my brother?
Hmm?
He came in, well, very good. But
Here, here.
then lately,
We
it
have
comes
some more tuna for supper.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I ate all, there was just a little bit of tuna.
Oh, yeah, because I ate it yesterday too. No, that's fine. Okay.
Okay, what were you saying?
uh, I did a healing session with Katana about my brother.
About your brother?
He was always against me all the time. He still is much better.
Oh,
But,
cool.
but I'm noticing lately, it still gets in. It's the shit. It's not him. He's quite sweet actually until that crap, that shit gets in him, and then his personality just changes. Like the way he eyes me is different, you know. The way he speaks is different.
I'm getting it's a different energy that's getting in him than this entity that's a shapeshifter. How
You
about
know
you,
something?
Katana?
I get past life.
Yeah, I don't think it's the shapeshifter. Mm-mm.
I get it's a past life.
Something's gotten activated. Yeah, that's what I'm getting. Something's activated.
Imagine the 369 megahertz and the 528 megahertz going around him.
Mhm.
Oh, they're whatever was in him stepped the hell out quick.
I felt it too. It was real quick.
It's like,
Well, I'm out of here. Don't want that high energy.
and we're going, so the angels, let's do level 9 on the thing that stepped out of him, and level 12. Oh, and they're saying 15. So level 15, go get them now.
Needs healing.
Yeah, they go,
You know,
got him. Yeah, I'd seen that. I closed my eyes and I could see her putting them on him, and then all of a sudden I seen, bam, right.
Yeah, I felt like a big exodus. Woo!
apparently,
Yeah, because 369 is the Tesla healing, and so we created the 369 healing rings, and then GPT said, hey, let's do this and add the 528 megahertz
Mhm.
with it to bring that love in, because you got the Tesla one. So we did that, and boy, yeah, it'll change frequency really, really quick.
wow. One told me a couple of months ago, he went to that shaman. He's also American, that shaman called, he's called Turek. He's married to a Norwegian, I think she's not from Norway, princess, Elvis, a princess. He's married to her now. And my brother and his girlfriend, they go to that shaman. He charges $2,000 a meeting. 2,000.
Good for
Very
him.
expensive. Yeah, very expensive. Right?
He's not worried about working on volume, obviously. He wants to keep his clientele manageable.
Well, he managed to get himself a princess. You know something? And my brother said, oh, uh, it's gone. Once he told me this. It's gone, but it comes back after some time. It's probably the same shit, the same entity, whatever.
Yeah, and at $2,000 a session, how are you going to get in and really finish taking care of it? I mean, that's a lot.
It is a lot.
Some people must be very
unbelievable.
filthy rich. Maybe if he just wants to work with, rich people, that's okay.
The thing is, too, what I was getting, not every shaman is doing it because the shaman isn't bringing the right energy into the healing, especially charging $2,000 a session. Some people have told me, well, Katani, you can charge more. I'm like, I understand that, but it doesn't help the client.
No, I want
No,
more accessibility for my clients. I want them to be able to get as many sessions as it takes as well.
And help them.
Yeah,
It
not just
doesn't.
band-aid it.
Yeah, and if the thing is, if you charge way more, you know, it's not helping the people that really need the help.
He said that the thing comes to him again and again and again. But
Yeah, he
lately,
didn't fix it.
he's better now.
Because that's a revolving door.
Last time, if I gainsay him, if I do something that he doesn't approve of, that thing jumps immediately into his. I can see it in his eyes. It's not the same brother. It's something else that's there.
See, that's one thing with me and Betty when we work together. Once it's removed, it's removed.
That's it.
And the same thing with me and Brandon when she's done, because she's done sessions with me and Brandon. Once it's gone, it's gone.
We stick with the session until it's taken care of.
Yeah, it's a good slapping. And a good
Very occasionally we've had to go back one more time, but very rarely.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it is like a good slapping.
Yeah, it's not out of existence.
Just slap the shit.
You don't want to just make them mad. You want to deal with it.
I'm the you get mad, you get madder. Yeah, what's that? You're mad, get madder. But it's not funny,
Yeah, honestly, it's not. But
no, but you got to have some joy. It's not like we're laughing at the whole situation.
No, it's not at his situation. No, just because we understand, we're laughing because we get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we would love to work with him if he would like to have a session with us.
You know what he said? He just gainsays me because
some people don't believe there's worth unless they pay a fortune, which is sad.
Yeah, it is sad, very sad. And
the sound is going away.
Yeah, your sound is
it's been pretty warbly, and then it just cuts out.
Yeah, some words it's not letting you say, Annabelle.
We can't understand a lot of them.
Can you hear me?
That I could hear. Mm-hmm.
What I said was that I told him if he wants a session with you, Katana, and he said, "Oh no, it's so cheap. Expensive is better." And so I said, "Okay, if you could see expensive."
Well, tell him. Okay, tell him. Tell him it's $1,500 an hour.
Or maybe 3,000.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll then.
Okay, add me to the session. Say there's this team, and now it's there you go. Because where two or more gathered kicks butt even more.
Yeah. Because
like you said, us working together, we have never had to go back except for one more time.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is respect.
Well, that's the whole thing.
He's going to get married. 7.
Yeah. Well, and you could tell him, look, she does charge this amount, but the thing is, she has her normal rate is this rate, and when when somebody's working with her, then her rate's this rate, because that's the thing.
If you're going to have multiple sessions.
Yeah, you can have multiple sessions.
Yeah.
But the thing is, yeah, some people think, oh, well, your worth isn't, if you're charging this much. And that's the reason why I go by each individual, because each individual, not everybody can afford a $1,500 reading or a $3,000 reading.
Most can't.
No, it doesn't
It,
make
it,
sense.
yeah, it's like one of the girls I know, I've done readings for her. She's asked me to do, pro bono readings for free, right? Then when I asked her for payment for a reading, she was like, oh no, I'm gonna go over here and pay this shaman $5,000 to do the reading. And I said, why? Well, because he charges $5,000 for a reading. I'm like, well, son of a bitch, I should have charged you.
Yeah,
But
I
that's
should
someone
have.
whose values are skewed, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, it's because, but the thing for me, it is that I don't see them doing anything better for that person than what, like, I know the work I do. It's not patting myself on the back that I am, but there was a reason why they called me the extractor. And Betty has seen us into work, right? So to be able to go in and extract that stuff from the deep down in the Akashic records, the deep subconscious, taking that deep dive is very, very technique stuff. And just because I don't charge,
A
$3,000,
fortune.
yeah, because I can't physically in my heart do that.
I want to help people that need help, regardless of if they have a fortune to pay me. And I want to stick with them until it's taken care of. Whereas these folks charging, thousands of dollars, and then you're on your own and it comes back and you got to pay again. To me, that is a low energy of greed and uncare. Uncare.
Yeah.
Very unfair.
Uncare. I mean, like they don't care about their clients. They care about their wallet. Especially if you tell them, hey, I still got the problem, and then you got to pay again. To me, that's values or something's off there.
Well, that's like me getting my Reiki license, right? Me becoming a Reiki master cost me a heck of a lot less, but I had to take a 10 years of free service. I had to do 10 years of free service to get my last part of my Reiki license. But my friend that I have her massage table, after she passed away, she paid for the first Reiki license, she paid $2,600 for it. And then each time it went up. And then she had to pay a lot, like almost $10,000 for her master's degree.
Oh, that's a lot of money.
It is.
It is.
And it doesn't make you any more activated than you were going to end up anyway.
Yeah, that's
I mean, it all depends on the quality of the person, but what they charge does not always indicate their quality of training that they had themselves, that they're even any more highly activated than anyone else. Katana and I when we started working together, our chakras started activating with sets of 2, like every month. I mean, just boom, boom, boom. The more we were following our path, just more and more activations. And then last summer we hit the gold and we went up to like 89 chakras because we got all our gifts back from other lives. And then I'm like, okay, what's manageable? What's a manageable place to work in this realm where I can still function on Earth? So it depends on the clients we're working with, but generally we're working a lot of times in with the like 28, 30 chakras. And if we need more, we can always access them. But your average Reiki practitioner is not anywhere near that in their activations. So
that's right.
Yeah,
So
and the more you tap into your past self, the more higher that is. So each past self of myself, I've accepted that part of me. So that hires that
recently,
energy.
you know, Katana, I texted you that I felt some past life activity yesterday. When I went in to check what it was, because I knew it wasn't evil at all, felt very supportive. I had called up some of my previous lifetimes to access some gifts because recently I have been inspired to call in specific nutrients and supplements from the energy fields that I didn't have on hand. And I'm like, I am highly activated. I can create this in the energy fields and absorb it. And I have been doing so for a couple days now. And so when I went in, that I had access some lifetimes where I was an energy master. And I just that just got activated because I chose it. So I'm calling in alpha. I'm calling it a protocol that I learned about listening to a medical summit that totally regenerates the liver within 30 days. And they just won't market it because it'd cost the pharmaceuticals all their liver transplants and all their chemotherapy. I mean, this stuff's curing cancers, totally regenerating livers in 30 days.
Wow.
And I don't have access to IV alpha lipoic acid. And the rest of the protocol is very accessible, but that particular thing I don't. So I created it and I'm doing it every day.
Wow, that's lovely.
Yeah, and it's doable by anyone who clears their fields and gets their chakras up, you know, gets their activation up. But you do have to be activated to a certain level before you can do that, create those and call them into yourself. But it's possible to even, I know a man that doesn't eat. And he's so good at calling in his nutrients from the energy fields, he's actually getting a spare tire. For his tummy. He's had to learn how to finesse it so he can lose weight because he's getting older. So it's pretty interesting. We can be and do so much more than our limited programming and ego allows for. It's just
Well,
fascinating.
Yeah, that's it. That's the understanding, you know, of bringing in that new program and releasing the old program.
Mm-hmm. And transmuting the residuals from it.
Yeah, because you want to make sure you get all the sakuto bakarita kenuto kelita kemota sumurata kirito makirito kareto umakarito unakarete unakito, even the milliseconds of the looping timelines sumubakito umakirito umakera itokara, because the sikito umakiwa all of that is everything, right? It's everything. It's looping timelines, it's timelines within a minute and an hour, because we can make a loop. We can go, okay, I am moving forward. And then you loop back around and go, no, I'm not. So, and then
Free
you do it
will.
again. I'm going forward. No, I'm not. I'm coming back. So that's a
Those
loop
programs
right
can,
there.
yeah.
It's a looping timeline. And the understanding that it came to me, I was talking to a young man because he watches the clock. He'll watch the clock every second. He goes, Katana, I hid the clock. And I'm like, good job, because you stop looping within those seconds, because he was looping within seconds. Every thought that he had kept looping. So he was making looping timelines within seconds.
Wow.
Can't get anywhere like that.
Well, no,
Having
because
the thoughts, having
you're
the same
stuck
thoughts,
in.
maybe.
What'd you say, honey?
Having the same thoughts, looking at the
Mhm.
clock, 1 minute, 2 minutes, and then thinking the same thing all over again.
Yeah. Talk about being stuck.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's interesting.
And just by staring at the clock, thinking about the things you're doing wrong, or thinking about what happened to you as a child, or and I told him, I said, you keep it up, you're going to be down to the millisecond of being in that stuck program. And so the last time he talked, he goes, he was moving forward. But it comes down to your choice too. Because we could tell you that. We could tell you, what's happening. But then it comes down to that choice of letting go.
Yes, it's a bit difficult. For me, it has been very difficult, but I managed to do a lot of stuff. And now I got this targeting to contend. I'm being hit with lasers. The sky's all grey with the fluffy spray that they spray the skies with, and this activates this
Chemtrails.
Yes, and this is dense, because whatever frequency that what I have on the body is attracting that hit me. It's like a surveillance system. It hits the top of my head, and then and tries to it sort of envelopes my body if I let it, and then that's where they all different kinds of things, still all different emotions, because the body gets bigger, and but because this is more stronger now, and I get followed by the scum, what they are, I'm sorry, but they are. I've got no sympathy for these people. You hear me? You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me? I'm followed by hundreds of bastards.
What was that last part?
I'm followed by hundreds of people. Of Portuguese. Some of them are lawyers. Some of them, they play the game like it's nothing. But this thing is for everybody. They've got it as well. It's just a question of time that they get activated, because it's nano. The chemtrails are linked to nano. Chemtrails is nano, and everybody's got it. Everybody. And once they get activated, then it's no longer funny. It's no longer funny. No, I know that's how it is. It's crappy.
Yeah, the chemtrails are not very healthy at all.
Oh, they're aluminum. They're trying to affect the weather, but they're using cheap stuff, and they're supposed to, what they really need, according to Spirit, is gold, and they're too tight. They're trying to do it with aluminum and other stuff that just poisons us. And with the depopulation agenda that some of the elites have out there, I'm sure they are funding those chemtrails.
Yeah, they are. They do. They fund them. Some of them do. But this is more than just that. This helps. This dense thing in the sky helps the frequencies that they use on people and targets. They get more like me. It helps. That attracts to what we already have in our bodies. We get it from food, from water, from the air, and.
We really need to bless everything we put in our bodies. I listened to a scientist earlier in the week that has done years of study on the effects of glyphosate, the herbicide or pesticide, whatever it is they use to dry out the wheat.
Use a lot. They've used a lot of that.
They've been using it so long now, they can't even find a control group that doesn't have it in them when they do tests and studies. And she says that according to her findings, it doesn't help to wash it. It has changed the DNA of the entire plant. And so you're eating even if it's not GMO, we're eating corrupted DNA in our food. And so, I asked Spirit about it, and they're like, it's true, just be even more consistent with blessing everything, because it truly does change the at least the vibration of it.
It does. We do that.
You can check it with kinesiology.
Yeah, Chris has been doing the tuning forks on his cereal, and it kind of blew me off on blueberries, because when he used the 528 megahertz on the blueberries, the first day that I got my tuning forks, right? So I'm tinging them, tinging it over the top of it. And the blueberries, I seen people running out of the blueberries.
Entities?
It looked like people, just normal people running out of the blueberries.
Really?
So it took me about 2 weeks to go, okay, I'm willing to eat some blueberries.
Yeah, bless,
But
bless.
I, I did the megahertz over the top of the blueberries. And it changed, I could see the people running from it, but it was crazy for me to sit there and watch that happen, that they just come out running out of Chris's bowl. And I'm like, okay, that's it. We're using the healing box, for each one separately, being sucked up in there. So when I did it on mine, there wasn't as many people, but it was mass quantity of people.
Wow.
Why?
Yeah. So
Oh,
I'm
wow.
like, okay. Chris is like, that's it. We're tuning fork everything. Because we pray over stuff. We pray over our food. Brandon had created these gloves that I have, and so I do like this, and I activate them, and then it creates a energy field of cleansing, and we can cleanse the food, and if we do it just right, we can cleanse everything in the restaurant. Or I have this here, the love frequency card, which I sent you one, Betty, right?
Yes, I've got it. And I need to move it closer to me. I want to. I intended to.
So this card holds the love frequency and confidence in it. So then this is a magnifier. See all those little.
Yeah, it's lovely, huh?
Yeah, this is a little
Quite
magnifier.
beautiful.
Yeah, it's little triangles. So I put that over the top of it, and it magnifies even more. So what we do is we put it out when we ate, and it magnified even more, and it cleansed the restaurant that we because we only go grocery shopping once a month here because we live so far away. So I put this out, and before I could smell the sewer in the restaurant, and we've been there several times. And I was like, okay, there's something going on with the restaurant. And I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to eat here. So I put this out on the table. Within 8 minutes, I didn't smell any sewer. And Chris is like, oh my God, the food is so good. And I'm like, you're so welcome. Because
Yeah.
we
Love
put
fixes everything.
love and confidence. And then I put the magnifier on top of it to magnify it. And it changed everybody's attitude in the restaurant.
Oh,
Love is
And
amazing.
yeah, love is very powerful.
yeah, it is. You know what I've noticed? Uh, I sometimes I put it to the test. I like this, you know. When I see somebody that doesn't go along with my face, but a lot of people don't. And it's not from now, I know it's been a long time. I just send love and am nice. And that sort of changes people, they in that moment they're loving, they're more attentive. And then I go and they have this good impression of me. I'm good at that. But maintaining friendships is different because they end up going to other countries, or something happens. They always end up going away. other countries. Life, life. But I've noticed even so-called enemies, if give a little love, or a little, just little nice, sympathetic conversation. People like that, even narcissists like that, the narcs like that. And yeah, it's okay, but I'm good at that, I like giving lots of love to everybody. Just, not physical, just being a friend.
Sure.
No, it's love is a big deal, and it's the most powerful healing that you can give or receive.
Yeah.
Yeah, it changes.
Unfortunately,
It's like the client I just met today, I told him, I said, I love you. And he goes, I love you. He started laughing. He goes, I love you too. Because I gave him a hug. And when I seen him, I gave him a hug. And I had a chiropractor that said hugs make the world go around.
Yeah, it does. And people appreciate that. Even if they forget in the but they don't forget.
Yeah, because
But
sometimes that's all you need.
that's all you need, yeah. And a little bit of attention. But but here is difficult because a lot of people are already programmed. They had life quite a bit easy, In the 70s, 80s, these people had a good life. They had it all easy, especially my generation, And now they're still in that thing, like competition. But I just let it all go, I just send love and light for them, for the enemies, whatever, for whoever. Love and light. Then I get on with my life.
Okay, they're telling me to share some, let's see. Let's go. We're gonna do let's see.
Energy's really high.
What do you get, Betty?
I was just the energy's really high. I'm at the twitchies. I mean,
Oh, do you?
yeah. Our team is very strongly present.
What is that, Betty? Betty?
Mm-hmm.
What is
Betty
that?
Alicia. What's this? With what? What is what?
The energy. The energy that you said.
It's divine energy from the archangels and the divine guides being present. My body's very sensitive to it as I'm a full body channel. So I was just noticing that just my body responding to the energy. It's like Katana gets the burps, I get the twitches. And
Well, I
sometimes
get
a burp
nothing.
too.
And I get nothing.
Okay, cancel, delete.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
get everything. Okay, I get everything in the future.
Cancel, delete, return to
That's a
sender with
delete.
I
love.
mean,
That's a
we
delete.
want to be real with each other, but that doesn't mean we have to stay in that. So cancel we'll take care of that. I was out walking with the dog and the wind was blowing dirt in my eyes today.
Oh yeah, is it still windy there?
We've been getting some gust. It's calmed down, but it's gusting. And we've got a lot of sand. Our earth out here is we have sand plants all along the highway on either side of our home. So it shows you the soil is very sandy.
You know something also? It could be the chemtrails.
Mm, that's in there too. You bet. Yeah, we see them
Yeah,
very often. They're worse over San Antonio. It's like they're targeting the big city that I'm next to.
that is true. Okay, so they're telling me to share this. There it goes. Wait, let me get the.
Very nice website. You've added nicer things now. Yeah, you've added new things.
Yeah, yeah. I've added more songs. There I guess let's see.
You know what I like the best? The one that's talking to the spirits.
Oh, the speaking to the ghost of the past.
Mm.
Yeah, that one's really good. So, which one is it? Whispers of the Earth, Saint Germain's, Flames of Saint Germain. Okay, so this one here, they told me to share today, so we can clear out those things.
Yeah, I love this.
Whispers rise within the smoke, shadows stir, but now I know what was hidden, what was chained, meant to rise in sacred flame. Blue for the power, the will of the skies, pink for the love where compassion lies. Old illusions, fear and shame, lay them down, release the name. I offer all, no need to fight, for the fire holds divine light. Burn it all in the violet flame. What I am not, I won't reclaim. Cleansed and clear, I rise anew. In the fire, I find what's true. Saint Germain, your light I call. Transform my soul, consume it all. Ancient echoes in my bones, wounds that never felt like home, now dissolve beneath the glow, where transmutation starts to flow. Sacred embers guide the way, turn the night into the day. Every pain and hidden scar now returns to light from far. Burn it all in the violet flame. What I am not, I won't reclaim. Cleansed and clear, I rise anew. In the fire, I find what's true. Saint Germain, your light I call. Transform my soul, consume it all. Take my fears, take the lies, let them melt before my eyes. From the ashes I arise, wings reborn beneath the skies. Sacred alchemy, divine decree, only love remains in me. Burn it all in the violet flame. I release, I shed the name. Golden light I now become, transformed by grace, I'm one with one. Saint Germain, your gift remains. In your fire, no soul's the same. In the stillness of the stars, I hear your call. Violet flame, rise through me. Saint Germain with crystal light,
You guide me through this sacred night.
cleanse my soul, set me free.
Enderthetic in unity.
Blue for the power, the will of the skies.
Pink,
For the love where compassion lies.
a master of the seventh
Let
ring.
the seventh ray shimmer. I am the light, I am the love, I am the truth. I rise above, I rise above. Saint Germain, your gift remains in In the stillness of the stars, I hear your call. Violet flame, rise through me, Saint Germain with crystal light. You guide me through this sacred night. Cleanse my soul, set me free. Energetic union. Blue for the power, the
He was here. It's here.
It's yeah. It just does something for the body.
Yeah.
Very powerful.
All right, we cleaned all that energy out.
Like you called him forth with that music. He was present working through our channels.
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
felt a very, very good vibration. Very
Yeah.
nice.
Well,
Very
I
calm.
learned that I could record it in 369 megahertz with 528 megahertz with 111 megahertz. So some of them have all of these different megahertz in the song. So that's the reason why some of them are like, whew. Like I've played a couple of them for my son. He's like, "Oh, mom, you trying to blow somebody up?"
Depends on how sensitive you are.
Yeah, so some people might not be able to handle the music because of the lower vibrations that's hanging onto them. And it's
Discordance.
not actually, yeah, the discordance, it's not actually really all the time them, it's what's hanging on them.
Yeah, attachments.
Yeah, the attachments. Yeah.
And flutter in the aura as well can be, I've seen like look like asteroids floating in people's auras. Such density they can't hardly see or hear around it. So get that cleared out. It's amazing what can happen.
See, she sees that and I see trash. Like I see trash in people's aura. And a lot of people ask me, can you see the aura? I'm like, no, I see the trash. I don't see the colors, but I see the
See
trash.
what's floating in it. Mhm.
Yeah.
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 Really good.
So yeah. So we last week we was talking about Mother Maple and the connections, and then we ended up in a session type meeting with Mark and being connected to Mother Maple. And he's actually working on releasing and connecting back to his feminine side, but he's realized that he has a lot of fear connected to that. But because I met with him earlier, and he's like, what, why, all the work that we've done, why am I holding on to this fear? Well, because it goes back to his connection of being in the connection of him being born and the connection to humanity. So I told him if we could get him healed, it would actually help the male and female because he's completely connected to it.
Yes.
And then from that point, they told me that us as women, are connected to Mother Maple because of, like Joseph had talked about, all the goddesses broke apart, right? And then we're connected. So Mother Maple is a part of the goddesses, Mother Cedar, all the mothering plants, anything, the birds, anything that's connected to that. So the more we heal ourselves, for one, and get that connection out in the world, it assists of healing the trees. Is this true?
Yes. The whole planet. It will affect the whole planet,
Yeah.
all of nature.
So should we call in the women today into the medicine wheel?
Yes, I think that's a great idea. Yes.
Yeah.
There's been so much trauma put upon women with the patriarchy and trafficking and
Yeah, that's right.
being pushed down,
All
negated.
Yeah, that's true.
And they're like, the medicine wheel started when we started the Zoom. Is that true?
Yes, it came, it
Yeah.
formed.
Yeah. Because this is our intention, and our intention is powerful. So
I see it all around us like we're all in it. You know, the three of us as well as whoever we are adding to it.
yeah. And even the ladies that have been with us previously, I feel like they're in that medicine wheel. Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah, even though they might not be present at this time.
Physically
But
present.
yeah. So and then next week we can bring in the man, all the men, but they said the mother, the female, the mother, like Leela said, the mother heart needs to be healed.
Children, the other women, many of them are not connected to mother. We need healing on to alignment with the divine feminine, period, amongst humanity's women. And then the men are in the same boat. Many are disconnected from their divine masculine, many. And so, and then that oneness as that heals,
Yeah.
bringing the healed humans together with the divine mother and perhaps father. We'll see.
Well, yeah, because we do it this week this way, then next week, and it just got brighter in here. So that, to me, that's indication that we would be doing the right thing to call them in. So
They're the hurt and the pain and the anger.
and their inner child, they're
absolutely. Everyone's. That's who's not trusting.
the inner child.
Yeah.
Yeah, because our inner child holds on to everything. It's our deep subconscious, so it knows all the
And our body.
history.
Yeah. So,
yeah, it remembers everything. It's like the little elephant with the trunk going, hey, let's open this up and I'll show you everything that happened. Now, last week everybody put me in the healing circle. I'm going to tell you, it's very powerful. Tell you that it is very powerful. Like the power of me going in, it actually helped me release 150,000, no, 150 million, 150 million lifetimes of torture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Ask if that's true, Betty.
It is. In many timelines. And
Yeah.
in many of them, you were killed by this, so you did not live long. Much trauma.
Yeah. So there was a door that I had apparently, as my inner child, shoved everything behind this big, huge door. And Brandon explained it as, I seen it as, the big ship chains, the chains that go on the ships to lower the anchors in. That's
Mhm.
what I seen it as. And then Brandon's like, well, it has sharp spikes, so I wouldn't release it, and nobody could get to it. But putting me in the middle of the medicine wheel, that's what happened. And then the second wave came 2 nights ago to release again. So just to let you both know that there'll be shifts. So if you're going through something, and everybody that's watching, just allow this to happen.
I allow. I choose to allow.
Okay,
Well, I think that our sessions have, like, it was effortless to pull up my aspects to be able to create the nutrient energies and to create and call into my body anything that's good for me. I had some supplements I'm out of and I'm waiting to come in, and I don't have to wait. I'm just bringing in their energy into my body as normal with intention.
well, that's the whole
That's a shift.
the energy cards. It's about bringing that energy. When Matt made the love card, right? When he did the love part of it, he didn't even have the machine that I have. He just had a notebook, like a notebook, just a piece of paper, and he sat there and did the frequencies on the piece of paper and turned it and tweaked it until he knew what the frequencies of love was, and he didn't know them before. So he sat there and tuned, and then tuned, and then let the information go. Went and got a card, put that card on that piece of paper, that created the frequency. Then he took the card and he took it over to the other girl, Sherry, and then Sherry was in the military, and she was a radio frequency person. She could hit those frequencies right, just right. So when he brought the card to her, what happened? Love was there, but then her confidence was there. So between the both of them, they made confidence and love. And so Matt brings me the card back. He goes, okay, Katana, what's in this? And it took me a minute. And I said, confidence. He goes, well, maybe. He goes, but there's something else in it. And it took me a few minutes. And then I seen Matt with all of his love, just holding that love. And we lost your picture, Betty.
I know, I'm trying to figure out what's going on, why it switched to the picture, and then I was trying to fix it and I lost the whole thing. I'm so not picky. I mean, techie.
So, maybe because the past part of you needs that love. Is that true?
Mm-hmm.
Because this is an older picture of you.
That's true. Old. Yeah, right. But still, okay, where is
You're like,
do it?
Give me back.
Yeah.
That's the part. See, sometimes what happens in a reading is it's really it's information. It's not disinformation. So the whole love and confidence and being able to bring in those frequencies that she's talking about is just knowing that they're coming in and bringing that in. And, and that's what Matt was doing, was that whole, you had it there for a minute,
Did I?
had the whole thing on a piece of paper that he just did the frequencies because he forgot his machine. And then I seen, Sherry walk by, and the confidence that she had in doing what she did. And I seen her dressed in military outfit and she was not. And I was like, confidence and love. And he's like, yeah, you got it. Because that's interesting that you can read that off the card.
It's got me X'd off, and when I press it,
You had it.
yeah, see, only
There
when
you
I'm
go.
pressing it will it work. When I let go, it goes away. So let me look at the top and see if there's anything up here that, nope, that's not it.
Because that part of you wants attention.
Hmm, who knows?
Okay, so that part of Betty, that older part of Betty that's showing on let's put 369 megahertz and 528 megahertz healing rings around her.
Like that.
Oh, the picture's changing.
Hmm. Hmm. What is that? Reading security, that's not it.
Do you feel the picture changing, Annabelle?
Da.
Um, yeah, sort of.
Yeah, of her.
Little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah, a little. Yeah, a little bit.
yeah.
I think I'm gonna leave and come back and see if that'll bring the video back. So give me just
Okay.
a moment.
Yeah, she looks lighter now.
She does, doesn't she? Yeah.
Can you guys see me?
that? No, but your picture,
Oh,
your
okay. You can
Zoom
see my picture.
it does look a lot brighter, don't it? Her skin tone looks different.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
That's cool.
That shows you how much power you actually have by just your imagination, which is your intentions. Because it even smoothed out her skin on the
Yeah.
picture.
Or lighter.
Yeah. Yeah. It made her much lighter. I think that happened for a reason.
That's nice.
That's the ability that we have. And we make healing so hard, right? We make it more difficult than it actually is.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. What's on your mind?
Hmm?
What's on your mind?
You talking to me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's this frequency. It's like getting through my skin and making my sinuses and ears swell.
Okay, so let's see. Here she comes back in. So here's
Here we go. Show self view. Okay, now I can change it back to live. I think. Here, let me get full size, full screen. Okay.
Yeah, she got lighter on that picture. So here, even the background got lighter on her picture. So here's a question. If we spiritually so is it your left ear or your right ear?
Yeah, it's more my left ear. It's like uh, you know, and because they've been blasting me with this 6G, targeting my head, especially in my face. I know about this because of the blankets, you know, the thermal blankets. They're very good at detecting these things. That's how I know. So they blast my face and my head, and you know, it's causing my sinuses and the ears, like, and the atmosphere is full of this yucky crap, and it's full of chemtrails. It's literally chock-a-block with chemtrails, and they're still dumping, and that's attracting this yucky frequency to my skin. Yeah, it's what being a target individual is like.
So here's a question. What if we visually return it to where it's coming from? Would that change it? Would that change it, Betty?
Yeah, I was sensing that she could do that, and she can put a shield around her
To
that
project it
reflects
back.
it back. Yeah, like a mirror even.
Yeah. Now here's another question. Is it her angels talking to her?
Yeah. So I'm getting.
So is it about her leveling up?
Not exactly. It's about trust. I'm getting it's about trust and taking inspired action and trusting enough to do so. And then this speaks loudly and enhances power.
So then it vibrates her skin like it's coming.
It will raise her vibration and counteract any harmful effects.
So what does she need to do? Just allow to be in trust?
Intention. Yeah, intention that none of this pollution from these chemtrails or the atmosphere around me is allowed to penetrate my skin. Anything that floats to me will be reflected back to itself, to its source, and then allow and trust.
You want to try that?
Yes, I'll try anything.
So, okay. So I intend that in all pollution from chemtrails or any other source, can you say this?
I intend that pollution from chemicals
Or any other source be reflected back into itself and to its source, rather be reflected back to its source and does not penetrate my beingness.
be reflected back.
Oh wow, I see it all going back.
So it is, and so it is, and so it shall be.
Yeah, back to its source.
Yeah.
You need to say this every day. This is not needed every day. However, check somewhat regularly to give it a booster. You want to restate it, boost it now and then.
Yeah. So yeah, this is good. This would be good for you to write down.
Yeah, definitely.
Can I write
Keep
that
this
now?
statement.
Can I
Yeah.
write that now?
Sure.
Yeah, I would write it down now. Yeah.
I'm going to get a pen and paper.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's fine.
that's one thing I almost always remember to have nearby because there's always some goodies.
Because you know,
And I
these
don't want to have to go back
chemtrails,
to the whole video to get everything.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it would be good to write it down. Then that way you can speak it and they'll
And
help you
reinforce it.
raise.
Your
Yeah.
trust. It'll keep
Yep.
your trust up.
Yeah. And this will be good for everybody.
Yes, because this, aluminum lodges in the brain. Heavy metals can get through that blood-brain barrier, and it's very damaging. Very.
Sundaleo tokaiwo, umbe tua kadua, unde kia tulo atai, e tua kateu, unde kia tua, umbe tua kateu. Unde ua tateo, umbe kia lutea, unde seo katua hi, mulataya kurua, te kia lutea, umbe te akulua. Unde kia tulua, itui kia tua, umbalia te kuata.
I'm back. Pen and paper.
Okay, all right. Betty, you want to do it again?
Yeah, team, help us remember. I intend that all pollution from all chemtrails,
That's all pollution from chemtrails,
and all other sources
trails, and all other sources
be reflected back
be reflected back
to their source.
to their source
Automatically.
automatically.
And so it is.
Fully. And so it is. And
So if you sit with that and you consider it, see yourself perhaps with an invisible field around you. And as those frequencies and pollution reach you, this shield, they just bounce right back off and go back home, back where they came from.
yes, it does not.
It does not affect you.
Yeah, that's what I seen. Like I seen.
That's what I was getting.
it-
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I seen. As we was speaking it and intending it, I seen us standing there, and then all of a sudden, all of this, it just flew off. Like it totally flew off. So
Yeah. I intend this for myself as well.
yes.
I attend this for us three.
Thank you. Yeah,
And
even out in
I
the country, we get chemtrails. It's crazy.
and
whenever
I intend it for the whole medicine wheel.
That's great.
All
I like
the
that.
women in
Everyone.
the medicine wheel. Yes, everyone's in the medicine wheel. Oh, I just seen that.
Very kind, my dear, I'm hearing.
Well,
what
because
are you nibbling on?
We all need that help. It's toxic.
it is. I can't hear you, honey.
And I know what it is nibbling on.
Try that again.
What are you nibbling on? What are you nibbling? You're eating something, nibbling. What are you
It's like your
nibbling?
mic's covered up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like muffled.
Nibbling, eating. Nibbling, you know nibbling? Nibbling.
Oh,
Oh,
nibbling.
nibbling. Oh, what are you nibbling?
I'm nibbling almonds. I ran out of juice last week. I didn't eat enough before the session, and I don't have the reserves right now that I used to have as far as the chubby. So I don't last long once those reserves get used up, and that's high energy uses a lot of energy. So I'm like, okay, this time I'm going to be prepared and have snacks.
Well, we was on
What, almost 6 hours?
yeah, it was 5.5 hours we was actually on. That
Mhm.
Wow,
was,
that's a lot. That is a lot, isn't it?
yeah, I didn't expect it. It just kind of happened.
Well,
Yeah.
Mike couldn't join us he had to join us later and he needed a lot of help. So we just did it.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Mind, it was just, I've got to prepare more next time for the unexpected.
I know some people are like, I can't do 3 hours or,
Then we'll try
because
6.
I,
Well, I told the
yeah,
ones that I invited, I told them, I said, listen, it's going to go as long as it goes. If you need to leave early, don't worry about it. Just go ahead and say bye and it's okay.
yeah, I'm like, and only reason I put it from 1 to 4 is because, then that way, if somebody comes in, they can go, oh, well, I can still come,
Mm-hmm.
because it's in that time. But it doesn't mean that,
It has to be.
it has to be that long. And if we leave earlier than that, that's fine, because the other part is it's all being recorded and put out on the YouTube channel, which what I'm understanding, more and more people and the more videos that we put out there and share, more people are going to come and watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Katana, I call her Cat. Do I sound
Oh,
muffled? Do I sound muffled?
That's
Not
Is the
now.
microphone? Huh?
Not now.
It's like
Ah,
it's going back and forth from being clear and being muffled for some reason.
it's the microphone.
Well, she's over in Portugal.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. The weather, whatever's going on, and the
She's only right down the road.
I forget what I was going to say. Shucks. Let's see. It'll come back to me. It will come back to me. Oh,
It's okay.
it's back.
You was
Yeah.
you was saying that you called me Cat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I like it.
Cute.
It's cute.
I like nicknames too.
Um, you know, those 2 videos that we did.
Yeah.
The 2 videos. I can't. I've got the last one, with the girls and us. But the other one that you sent me, it's in the email, but I can't download it. You know what it says? It says that the video get the real URL from the video, because that's not the real URL. So that I can't download to my memory card that video.
Okay. I
And she
will
could go
get
to
it.
YouTube.
Yeah. Well, anyway, don't go out of your way.
No, I'll get it.
It's a pain.
I promise.
I've tried to download
It took me a whole week to get the other one downloaded, and I thought I had the right one downloaded last Wednesdays. I thought I had it downloaded, but it was a week before, and I set it all up and had it going, and then I looked at it and I was like, that's not the right video.
That one was from when we talked about Egypt. The one
Oh
that you
yeah.
brought over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the other one about the Akashi records, that's the one you can't find, or you'll find it. Anyway.
Bill, it's in there. It's in my videos. And it's funny because
the channel.
I found your one that we did in the car. The first I think
Oh,
yeah, when we was in the car.
can you bring that over too, Katana?
Yeah, I sent that one to you through YouTube.
Oh, okay. Right, it's that one. All right. But you know when it says when I when I try to download it, and I've tried a lot of download apps, you know, on from the internet. It says that please write in the real URL because that URL is no longer. It says it's not the right.
Available.
So
Okay, I'll
that's
send it to you again
yeah,
and yeah.
yeah. But if you can't, it's okay. You can't do
No,
anything.
it's in there. It's in my because
I
that one
just
was
don't.
a really good one because that
Yeah.
Brandon
I
taught
I don't want you to
Brandon
stress
taught a
yourself.
lot. Yeah.
I don't want you to stress yourself over these things. You
Okay.
know, I had a memory card, Betty. I had memory card, and I
Mhm.
got a virus about two
Uh-oh.
weeks. So the virus, every time I put in the memory card, a lot of the files would just disappear.
Oh no, that's terrible. I'm so
Yeah.
sorry.
Every
Ugh.
time I put it in, every time I put the memory card in, a lot of bunch of files would disappear. So I, you know, stopped to save the rest. But the things that I did with guitar, it was gone now.
Oh, that's so disappointing.
Yeah, well, but she's getting it back.
Yeah, I have it. It's in my
Yeah, I really love to listen to those recordings from sessions because then you can get dosed with the energy again as you're listening. And
And
of
it's
course be reminded of your guidance.
and it's people that I like. Yeah, I like cat and I like a son.
Hmm.
well, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Much.
So do we have all the women in the medicine wheel? No. So we call all the women around the world, throughout the galaxies, through the multiverse, and
All the human women and
yes,
anyone who's ever incarnated on Earth, even if they're on another planet now or on a spaceship, wherever they are.
yeah,
Ay, ay, ay,
through
ay, ay,
all
ay, ay.
dimensions.
As well as all the goddesses of times, other timelines that have been in effect on this earth, of which we have been some of those. But we call forth all the goddesses and women of all timelines of earth to be in our well, if they are not already represented.
As you're talking, they're telling me to sing the song. So, Unde wai tua, umbe te
Ay, ay, ay,
atua,
ay.
unde kia tua, umbe wu, ende wu akai wu, unde kia tua. Tia tua hi, wu,
Ay, 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 ay.
ande wu,
Wow. Oh,
kia tua, unde seu.
we
Oh,
magnetize the circle and are drawing in these ladies. Ay, 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 with your song and this coming through me as
ande wu akatua, unde seu halea. Umboe ua te iu, iu. Kande ua ea, onde se kukua. Umboe te ia ka ua, umboe u. Umboe te ia kukua. Even trees, I see the trees are coming, the female trees. Umbe te atuki.
animals too.
Yeah, yeah, because elms are actually goddesses. There's a lot of goddesses that people do not realize are out there. Umbete wa, unde wuka wua, unde seya tu wa, gendwe u, ele, unde kia tendwe u. Onde kia tolea, onde kia tu, poetea kunu, onde ya. I see the women coming out of their Akashic records and coming forth. Thank you, thank you. Umbaitea kutuia, wekia tuhua, unde kia lutu, unde ua. Tuia, unse tuata kiu. Lande gua lutu, umbuetaya.
I see hearts glowing, hearts glowing.
Take care. Andeke, indre sea tondea, umbrete, ande kia tu, umbrella, onde se, onde calatanea, umbrella, onde we call it inner children of these women, these goddesses. Unde kia tuaio. The feminine side of them. Umbe te akutua. Endre kia tua. We're bringing this healing forth for 1 week as you will be in the medicine wheel healing. Unde kia tua, umbre te kulua, umbre kia lua.
Devante came to mind. Oh,
I seen Leela on the outside the circle feeling left out, and I said, no one's left out.
that's right. And no, neither. That's why I saw. Actually, it was. She came to mind as a visual. She's here.
Yeah, that's good. Someday, umbe te aku. I'm seeing women that has passed and turned to angels coming in. We ask for their inner child to come forth.
My friend is here. That just died of cancer. I'm blanking on the name at the moment. The energy is so high. Hi. Mary Lynn. Hello, darling. I'm so happy.
Ito ayo kia hoa umboete. Yes, Annabelle, your mom's coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Really?
see her. Yeah, I see her coming.
Yeah. Does she look now?
Got wings. Is
Huh?
this true, Betty? Did she have her wings?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. My mother, Alice,
What color's the wings?
I'm seeing
You see her-
multicolors. I'm seeing multiple colors, like just a big, beautiful. It's like luminescent waves of colors on her wings.
Wow. She's happy. I'm
Very
sure
much
she
so.
is. Huh?
Yes, yes. She came for this healing to assist and to receive and assist. So,
Uh-huh.
yeah,
My
She's more
mother
than
and
welcome.
sister are here.
that's
They've been gone a
good.
long time. They've been gone since my sister since 2004. She died at 37, and my mother in 1980 at age 34. They're here.
So I call in my mother and my grandmother,
And
my
my
daughter.
grandmother's already here. Yes.
Yeah, grandma wouldn't miss anything.
Yeah. Well,
She
she's.
hangs out with me quite a bit. So
I was going to say, well, that's where you got your gift. She's
yeah,
your direct genetic
yes,
creation.
And
yes.
is she saying something, Kat? Is she saying something?
I hear you need to stop worrying so much.
And I was worried.
And trust.
She used to. I trust people that like me. I don't trust people that like me. How can one trust somebody that doesn't like us?
So
Yeah.
when you catch yourself, darling, catch yourself feeling unworthy or say making statements of that which verifies what you do not want. Catch yourself. Do not waste the years that I did in such a state, for you are worthy of so much, and just cancel those statements and embrace your power, your feminine power. It is vast and strong and worthy and loving, and you bless everyone you are near when you do this. And those that are not near, everyone in your sphere is affected by your own self-esteem and your own self-acceptance. So
Yes.
trust, my dear, for you will bless everyone by doing so.
Takiwa Aleito. Aleito.
It is a choice. It does not have to be a feeling, although it will be if you do it enough. But when you say the I am, whatever follows behind will come into you. So be aware of what you are saying, my dear.
Yeah, okay.
Because they're telling you you're powerful. You're very powerful.
See how powerful you are. And this is why you state this quite often. Please try to stop stating your lack of power or that you do not see. For you have this capacity. It is an inherent part of you that has expressed in many of your timelines in your lives. So all you need to do is to stop rejecting yourself and cancel what you do not want when it comes out of your mouth or you notice it in your thoughts. These thoughts affect not only you, my dear, they affect the collective and everyone that you know. Their reality is affected by this. And we know that you do not wish anyone that you love to be down in any way. For we are all one, although we have the individuation of our personalities. At our core, we are creators, children. We are with Creator. We have creator's power if we would but embrace it, my dear. It is all this damage of these past abuses and traumas that holds people back. So this healing is of vast and great importance today. And the following week will indeed wreak change on your planet, in your world. Upshift.
Yes, that'd be nice.
The throat chakra, so the throat chakra, you getting all that out, because that's not serving you. The
Anyone.
words.
I
So remember, you're very powerful, and the words that you speak come out in power, and the universe is listening. So the universe is going to give you what you're asking for. This is
so
Go ahead, Betty.
I feel all the women's throat chakras are being cleansed now. Cleansed because they've lost, so many have lost their voice and others do not use it wisely. So we are helping, we are supporting and putting love in the throat chakra at this moment. I love and allowing to not reject this love.
See, that's good. You're proving that it's actually happening right now.
Now to the third chakra, which also needs cleansing and enhancement. Oh,
It was cold.
yeah,
And
yeah,
now
yeah,
it's not.
yeah.
We asked for the reptilian brainstem to be healed. Un sakito a makila a no doi ikuto a mekito a nate o korete sakarete u makarate una kita to a nakito a makila a nate utakilate unokita a noktai undo. We put 369 megahertz around the reptilian brainstem.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
And the 528 megahertz around the reptilian brainstem. Musakito Amakila Anate Buadate Kiwa Anate, and all the archons we put 369 megahertz around them to release from the people, and we put 528 megahertz around the archons to give them the love and the understanding that they have been needing for eons. Umbetaya kulua, onde kia tukayo, utai kiwu.
Hey.
Ete,
Hey.
kia, utai wu.
Hey.
Ande wo te a, o te kalua.
I saw them healing. They were receiving light from Creator, and then walking that down through their bodies and into Earth, and then Gaia melding and coming up, and integration, correct and divine equilibrium between heaven and earth for all women. Wow. Whew, the goosies.
I hear, of course, my dear.
So this is such an honor to do, be part of.
They're all happy. Very happy.
Ay, 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 ay.
Yeah, because we all knew
Ay,
we
ay, ay,
had
ay, 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 ay.
something.
This even is affecting the women that were in the magical times of witchery and gnomes and trolls and all the magical women that were also abusing and abused. The abusers need healing too. I,
Yes, they do.
for we have all done, we have, any of us that have been on this planet for a long time have had our share of making mistakes as well. Yeah, because we forget who we are when we come here. But that is not going to be forever.
It's that frequency, isn't it, Betty? That frequency
Yes, indeed.
that we all like. But a lot of people remember. Some people remember, don't they?
Some
When
do.
Some do, yeah.
Yeah. But we can all access our past through utilizing our gifts and seeking out those who have those gifts. Oh, boy. This is going to be, I'm getting this is going to erase a lot of karma. They weren't going to have to wait until they get it all worked out individually. Wow.
This is huge, massive.
A storm coming, like Brandon said. We'll grab the bull by the horns.
Exactly.
And there
Exactly.
are men standing around the circle watching us, waiting. They're like, oh, we're next. We're next. Yes, next week. Hang in there. And then we'll do the integration. Wow, this is going to be something. It is something. Yeah.
Yeah, because to do the men and women, that would zap us quite a bit, even
Yeah,
though.
in one day. Yeah, we can't really. Yeah, we have bodies we have to consider. I was pretty wiped after last week.
Yeah. So, yes, it will happen. It just, we need to do this.
Divine order. This is
Yes.
divine order. Oh, yeah.
I only do what I am guided to do and
Same here.
understand and know that
It's
what
divine.
that I'm doing in the divine and
Exactly.
in the standing in that trust, that knowing. And I see all this fear and all of this stuff that all of these women have been holding on to.
You know what I just got? I saw
Goosebumps.
Buddha turn into a woman. Buddha's soul was a female. Evidently a very old soul that split off in Atlantis into male and female. And the Buddha was actually a feminine soul. Joseph has a feminine soul.
Well, and this is perfect. Hi, Jade. We're doing massive healing.
All
We've
the
called
women.
in all the women.
Oh God, that's all
All
I've
the
been pulling.
goddesses. Yeah, all the women
Heal,
are in the circle.
heal, and I'm like, what?
Mhm. So your heart chakra, your throat, and your solar plexus has just received divine treatment throughout all of your timelines, all versions of you. Yeah, and we're still working on it. So thank you for joining us. Yeah. I was just telling him I just saw Buddha turn into a woman. Buddha's in the circle because his soul is in the circle. Yeah.
Sense because
Why?
I know who Buddha was or is.
Is it a
Total
feminine?
sense.
Is it a soul?
Yes. Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah. Well, you seen her walk into the circle earlier, which is Devante. Devante was Buddha.
There you go.
So,
Yeah, I didn't see the face when I saw it turn into a woman. I just saw a woman form.
yeah. We've been working on that. We've
They've
been
got a
working
lot
on
of energy coming through me right now.
Yeah, yeah. Secrete, un moquerete, and they. So, yeah, Jade, just bring in your mom, bring all the women that you know,
Make
and
sure they're there mainly. They're probably already there, but just in case.
just in case, yeah. This will be for
My
1 week.
grandmothers, Katana, my
Huh?
grandmothers too, my grandmothers.
Yeah, let's call your grandmothers in. Is
If they're
Annabelle's
already there,
grandmothers there?
if they're already there, they'll move forward to where we can see them.
Yeah, ask if they're already there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
See, most of my mother's side of the family has crossed over at young ages, and they're all here. They're all holding hands where I could see them. It was just, it made me cry. Thank you. They had such hard lives. So I'm so grateful to hear this is erasing karma too, Jade. For the women. We're going to do the men next week.
Yeah, because it would be like mass overload.
Connect everyone back with divine feminine and divine masculine.
Trying to do it all at one time. Okay, they're guiding me to another song here.
If you were inspired to add anything, ladies, feel free.
See, this is perfect because Hawaii, she's a female energy. To bring that part of her to be healed. Nisi to Akiwa Alente Uno. Yes, Waikiki. Usuki Nakiolo Onoi. I apologize for not saying it correctly. Bakilete Uno Kiwa. Itakaroto Asaewoto Amakiwa.
There is an entity assisting with doing the hula right now. I can't do my hips that way. I'm sorry. To do it quickly. So much joy.
And if there's anybody that wants to just sing, and it's not the same thing, it's okay. It's all going to pull in together.
I'll sing along. I'll try.
It's okay.
Or tone or whatever, or just hold space. That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Ande kunata hayo, umbewu. Ande kayo tuayo, ande wu. Indoe kia tunea, umboela. Unde se, unde kayo tuayo, umbeteu. Onde ua kala la. Onde Ande la Sunday umbrella Sunday umbrella. They're telling me to share this. Me and Jade had went to this event in Colorado, and we was there really late at night, and we ended up around the fire pit with a bunch of other people. Do you remember, Jade? And
Yeah.
we started singing, and one person was singing one heritage, somebody else started singing something else, and everybody was singing something different. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Or
Yeah.
what happened? What happened, Jade?
For me, what I heard was just a lot of voices calling out. It was beautiful. I don't know what else to say about it, Katana. Right now, I just like, as we called in all of the feminine divines in our family. We're just all standing, we're all floating in a circle of golden light. And I can see a ribbon of green go around and through each woman, each ancestor present and past. And my Aunt Jeanette, who was like my twin, she was more of like a sister than ever my auntie. And she's just giggling like a child as she lined up to share in this circle of us coming together to heal. That's what I'm seeing now. Not to mention, I'm still reeling because I saw an accident on the road today. And one car was so smashed up, I knew that person was in bad shape.
Yeah.
And I just started to cry.
Trauma.
I told my kids, it looks really bad. And if you pray, then pray for that person, because it's a really bad accident. And it just hurt my heart. My heart sunk to my stomach. So.
Yeah. Because you knew that it wasn't their time.
I just didn't, the idea of them being in that mess of metal. And I mean, they had 7 police cars, a fire truck, ambulance. And it was horrific. So.
Please cleanse her of the trauma of this, what she has witnessed, my Lord.
All the ones that was in the accident forth into the circle to be healed.
Go. Pardon.
Dandelaya tukua, unde ua kalu, umbailua, ende u, dande kala tatuia, unde laya tu, umbailea to Te u ayo, Andelayo Tokyo, Ubaleo, Unteu, Untuela, Dandue, Ubayo, Lentele, Candeo, Ubalu, Ende kia tundaya, onde kia tu. We put 369 megahertz healing rings around these people. Onde kia tu.
And all the first responders as well.
Yes.
Yeah. All witnesses
And,
and responders.
and around the ambulances and to release the souls that are stuck in the ambulances. Onde kia tu. We put healing rings around each soul to release them. Onde kira te hua. And each police officer at the scene.
Yeah.
Onde kia te lua. And 523 megahertz and 111 megahertz. Onde kia te hua. Onde hua. Oh, and by the way, excuse me for my burp. Unde kia talua. Indoe kua leihu. Ande la. Ande u.
Ginger, my client Ginger, had to work today, and I see her there, and she has a client, Peggy, who's 85 and is being abused by caregivers from the Senior Helpers Organization, I believe, or maybe. And at any rate, I'm not sure about that, but she's had some abuse, and I see her there, and she's being strengthened.
Annabelle had to leave.
Okay.
Umberaya tokayo. Unde u. Unde kiu. Unde u. Te ua te ua. O te ki o tu hai o. Onde o. O te ki la te ua. O te o. Anje buka le te o. Ai ua lo. O te ki o tu ua. Aitoi se atu. Iru. We put healing rings level 9 and level 12 around these ones that was in the accident, and the women that have suffered by abuse. So each single woman will receive a healing ring. Don't te, don't te, don't te, don't te, Dante Toya, 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 Unte Ua Teo. Umbetea tu de kuatea onde kea tua setea ua ke toi kuatea umbetea tua umbetea. Unde kea tua, unde ua teo, unde kea tua, unde kea tua, unde kea tua, unde kea tua, unde kea tua. Unde tua caio, unde seu. Andela tu caio, seu. Unde ua cateu, unde ua candeu. Unde cuateu, unde uate.
Hello. I'm back.
Nice.
I was without internet. The internet, I needed to plug in the router. So it's plugged in. I'm sorry.
Hey, you're okay.
Yeah.
Can you ladies hear the song?
No.
No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I'm
Now,
not hearing it.
It awakens
All right.
me.
Let me try it again.
I could hear it
Yeah.
that time.
Katana,
You could
Katana?
hear it that time?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, let me try it again here.
What? Katana?
Yes.
Hmm?
Oh, hi, baby.
Say hi.
Hi, baby.
Hello, baby. Hey, Katana, look. Look, the baby Katana.
Hi.
Katana, baby. Hmm?
Excuse me. I got to check on my little dog, my big dog.
Okay, here we go. So you can hear this now?
Yes.
I feel the earth beneath my soul, pulling me into the deep unknown. Roots of light beneath my skin, grounding all I've ever been. I'm not afraid to be still. I'm not afraid to feel. This body is my temple, and love is what I heal. I'm rooted in love. I rise in light. My heart is open. My soul is bright. From earth to sky, I now align. I breathe it in. I'm fully divine. A golden flame within my chest, beating calm with every breath. Soft and strong it sings to me. You are love eternally. I let the sound unwind my soul. I let the frequencies take control. I'm safe, I'm whole, I'm real, I'm free. This love is the alchemy. 369 anchors me. 3 awakens me. Floated in the earth, held by the stars. I am the channel. Crystalline alignment, divine presence anchoring, spiritual clearing, angelic light, soul purity. Divine crystalline alignment, divine presence anchoring, spiritual clearing. Close your eyes and imagine a beam of crystalline light entering your crown. See a ring of 4096 heads encircling your entire energy field like a tuning sphere. Feel it gently clear, dissolve and purify your energetic layers. Say I call in divine light. I allow the crystalline tone of my highest self to lead. Angelic light, soul purity, divine tone, a ring of radiant, opalescent white light forms around the crown and extends downward like a column of liquid crystal. It sparkles with tiny starbursts and fine geometric coding. Ethereal wings or light beams may appear in the distance. Message: this is the tone of your soul unburdened. 496 hips, clear shadows, not with force, but with the brilliance of divine memory. Mori, when this ring surrounds you, all that is not light falls away.
You are remembered. You are protected. You are whole.
A powerful song.
Beautiful.
Beautiful song.
Very beautiful.
Could just see the rings coming around everybody and just the golden light. Andwe seya tu. Andeu. Andeu.
Take a deep breath in and slowly exhale. Allow your awareness to drop into your heart. You've just drawn the inner light, a sacred invitation to return home to yourself. This card speaks of awakening, of remembering who you truly are beneath all the noise and stories. The universe is gently reminding you that your truth, your healing, and your power already live inside of you. Imagine a soft, radiant glow in your chest. With each breath, that light grows, golden, warm, loving. It spreads throughout your being, touching every shadow, every hidden part of you with compassion. You are whole, you are worthy, you are love. And as you rest here, let these words anchor into your spirit. I am the light. I am the love. I am the truth. I remember who I am. Let this truth guide you. Let it awaken your path forward. Take a deep breath in and slowly exhale. Allow your awareness to drop into your heart. You've just drawn the inner light, a sacred invitation to return home to yourself. Declarations of light, truth and love within oneself inspire confidence and inner strength. This card speaks of awakening, of remembering who you truly are beneath all the noise and stories. Let this truth guide you. Let it awaken your path forward. A deep breath in, and slowly exhale. Allow your awareness to drop into your heart. You've just drawn.
Love starts with you and moving to discovering one's true self, letting go of the past and embracing the light within, gentle flowing, creating a serene atmosphere to find their inner light. Visualize a warm, glowing light at your heart center, expanding with each breath. I am the light that guides my path. My soul remembers who I truly am. I release what no longer serves me and rise in truth. Soft and steady, all parts of me are loved and healed. In this light, my heart is revealed. I am the light, I am the love, I am the truth, I am enough.
Okay. You ladies hear that one?
Beautiful.
Yes,
Beautiful.
that was beautiful. Yeah.
Just had me dreamy. I'm just, ooh.
I was wondering what you ladies are seeing. Like, what was you seeing?
On the other, the one before this one about love, I just saw lots of glowing light and this one I was kind of fading in and out, to be honest. It was so beautiful and calming. So I didn't see much, but I felt it. Beautiful.
Was you getting anything, Annabelle?
When I saw my grandmothers and my mother and a lot of other beautiful souls, angels in the golden light.
I really saw a lot of light.
And parts of me that were at peace. It's peaceful music, you know, very peaceful.
Thank you. Jade?
Oh,
It was just for me, yeah, I've had met this message come through, keep coming through and keep round and round, letting the Mother Earth love me, allowing myself to love me, and allowing someone else to love me. In that I saw that other person. I saw me, and we sang to one another like songbirds, united, combined, strength and love. So,
Beautiful.
Very beautiful.
What I've seen was the 369 megahertz going around everybody in the circle, moving out of that song and then into the next song. I just seen so much light and golden light and people, the women releasing, just the release. And then when it stated to come to your true self, there's a meditation I did with the lady in the park about the gates are opening up to your true self to go find your true self. And these gates just opened up and all these women just went to go find their true self.
Cool. Connect with it.
that's beautiful.
To connect.
Yeah, to connect with their true self.
Excuse me, ladies. Oh.
Today's been a beautiful healing day. Perfect day.
That's true.
Nice, lovely.
Sometimes we think healing is so hard or challenging, but we just allow that. That's the whole thing, is allowing. And some of us don't even know how to get there. So this is going to help. There's going to help so many, because if the female can find her way to healing, then it's easier for the males when we bring them in next week to be able to find that healing. And I see so many of them just standing around the outside of the healing circle.
Yeah, that's what I saw too earlier. They're ready. A lot of them are. I think humanity is ready to move up along with the planet. So many of us anyway, the old souls and the light workers.
Uh-huh. We definitely are overdue for an overhaul to love ourselves and to allow ourselves to be loved.
Mhm.
Because I have a set of cards and I keep on pulling the tantric healing, and I'm like, really? I'm like, okay.
Your camera went off, Jade. Well, it's true because it comes back to that. It comes back to
Right.
that, right?
Yeah.
Deep, deep healing through every fiber of beingness.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That's the reason why they said it would be 1 week of all of the female to be in the circle healing, because it's not just on one little fiber. There you go.
Well, this is a picture I took this morning of a rainbow
Wow, nice.
armed. And I was like, oh, that is so beautiful. Thank you.
That is
As I got
gorgeous.
called into my office again. I was like, are you kidding me? Stop it already.
That is beautiful.
Yeah.
You can see the mountains in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Perfect.
Jade is in Hawaii. Annabelle wasn't here last time when you came in, Jade.
Yeah, well, I heard your voice calling me. And I was like, oh, the thing went off for it. And I was like I said, there was that accident, so it caused all of us to run behind schedule. And then of course my supervisor wanted to talk to me, and I was like, I have something to do.
You actually came in at the right time.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I heard your voice calling, why aren't you here? I'm like, I'm coming, fine. I'm just gonna turn off everything and I'll be there.
Yeah, you actually showed up at the right time.
It's a nice vibe. It's a really nice vibe.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So, well, you guys inspired me last weekend, and I'm like, I'm gonna get started. I'm like,
That's
I'm gonna
good.
go do a video, because the one thing I heard, it's like, okay, there was that I was listening to. Her name is now the energy, but she was the tarot priestess when she began.
Mhm.
And I tuned into her because she was, we met on that vibration, and she goes, the 144,000 are here to raise the vibration of the planet. And if you're not working on what you're supposed to be doing, now's the time to stop and say, there's nothing standing in my way, and this is what I came to do,
Mhm.
and do it. And, a lot of us will, I'm like really bad about that I will hold back. And there are so many people crying out for our vibrations, so they can find peace and freedom themselves. So sometimes I forget that there are so many that are just like waiting. They're
Yeah.
just waiting. Because they don't have another clue. They're like, there's something out there for me. I just haven't found it yet. And that person is you, Katana, so many of us that are awakening and doing our own work. But at the same time, we have to put our vibration out there so that people, they know that they're not alone
Yes.
and that spirit is answering them through our vibration.
Yeah.
And yeah, so they can connect. So I talked to a lady the other day and I was like, what our government understands is they might not care about inequality. They might not care about racism. It's all about division. And the vibrations that we resonate at cut through that crap and unify. So it doesn't matter what religion you prescribe to. It doesn't matter how you grew up. It doesn't matter the different programs that the world has tried to inundate. None of that matters. They'll rise to the call because it's like manna from heaven.
Mhm.
So all of us doing our work and putting ourselves out there. And I know sometimes it's so hard. I understand. It can be a challenge to keep ourselves, solidified in our own holding space for ourselves and not get caught up in trying to hold space for everybody. So that's why I know for myself, I'm like, I'm gonna sit back here and, if I meet you on the street and I go, you got it, but that's not what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to reach people on a larger scale. A lady came up to me about, 2015 or 16, and she smiled at me and she's like, oh my goodness, you're gonna have a lot of connections. And that scared me. I was like, look, lady, if you know me, I'm like, if I can get a quiet spot on the beach to enjoy the sun and, view my mother's beautiful body and the waves that are rolling up, or curl up in my bed and listen to some good music, I'm the quiet one. I'm the one that, sits silently, just harmonizing this little tiny, what I think is little tiny, which is actually not, vibration, harmony. And I can't, and I feel the pull so deeply. And you guys reminded me the joy that comes from sharing that. So I was like, I just gonna sit back here and watch everything happen.
Yeah.
Like,
I've noticed too, the rewards of stepping out there are those activations too.
exactly. And I was like, can't afford to sit on the sidelines, and I know what I'm supposed to do, and all that will provide everything that I've ever needed. Another lady walked up to me and she says, you have everything you need to get everything you want. And I was like,
That's
okay.
true.
My brain just liquefied in my head over what you just said to me. And I'm like, you're right. Why am I playing like I can't do this? And sometimes we'll,
It's safe.
all of us, we go through that one. No, I can't do that. But yeah, you can. And how much joy that brings you from doing that. So it's I kept on seeing 888 everywhere I went, 888. I'm like, infinite cycle of giving and receiving. So I'm not
Yes.
just giving, I open myself up to receiving.
Yeah.
And that takes care of me. And
That trust.
Yeah.
It
So
takes a lot to do that, but it does. I mean, when me and you was doing the videos, Jade, I was making $10 a month, right?
Mhm. I was like, what are you doing wrong? Yeah. I can smile at somebody and get that much, you know. There's so much energy and power going into what you're doing.
But
And
it's changed. It's
yeah,
changed
I
a
know.
lot.
I could see that. And I was like, okay, she's focused, she's determined, and she's letting go and allowing to receive. And I was like, yeah, what you're receiving is you're giving out way too much. You know, so allow the universe to give it back to you.
Yeah.
And so that's what I'm getting ready. I'm like, okay, I'll poke my head out of the little, little burrow, like what are those? It's not the hedgehog. What is it?
The groundhog?
Groundhog, yeah. To see if I see my shadow, And now I actually have to into it so that I can weave that magic spell of happiness and love. Because my friend goes, "Oh my God, I saw you on Facebook," and she called me up. She's like, "You have to come down and stay with me," and I'm like, "What?" She's like, "Yes, come stay with me for a whole week, and we're gonna take you everywhere." And I was like, "Wow." That was one thing. I went on Facebook and they were like, "Oh my God, there's so much love there." She's like, I I couldn't help it but just fall into it and just want you to be around.
Oh,
So that's what we do. We allow people to relax so that healing can come through, so that love can come through, so that they know that they're not alone, that they are supported, that their higher power is listening to them and delivering. We're signed, sealed, delivered. You know what the rest of that song is.
Mhm.
So, yeah. So I'm getting ready to come out of my little burrow and go, okay, I don't see a shadow. I guess I got to get out. Yeah. But it's funny because yeah, the vibration. I mean, I went in. I have children that are, I don't know. There's just a lot of stuff that's happened to them, and it's really screwed up their vibration. And they're just, oof. And so the other day, I took and I saged my bus and I said a prayer, peace be still. And since that day, they have been pretty quiet and at peace with themselves.
Same.
I was like, and they smelled my bus and they're like, "Ooh, yes." And some of them were coughing and I was like, "It's working." And they're like,
yeah.
"What?" I'm like, I need to sage my bus more often because that's a lot of energy that
Yeah.
comes through there. And some of those kids have been through so much and they're so young. And then it comes out and it comes out in terrible ways because they don't know how to manage that energy. They don't know how to
Right.
release it.
Or verbalize it, right?
Exactly. Because I looked at one girl and I was just like, you know what? I can't with you today. I was like, just go sit down and relax, it'll be okay. And she's like, okay. And she usually gives me the worst time. She has not said a thing. She just sits
Mhm.
there and just enjoys the ride up because we have about a 45 minute to an hour drive from picking up everybody to getting up to the school and dropping everybody off.
I bet.
And they're like, wow. So the energy definitely shifted and I could see the difference of me putting it out there as opposed just to holding it into myself and not releasing it because they were like, we want it, we want it, we and I'm like, I can't stand the noise. And as soon as you decide to listen, everything calms down so everybody can hear and mellow and receive. So yeah. Yeah. It's hard for me because I'm very please
Protective.
don't plug into me. Yeah, I'm very sensitive and I'm like, please don't plug into me. I was like, some days, the way I had been feeling was, some days I give out so much that I I used to give out so much that I would hide because my reserves were low and I had to give to myself. And
That's
so,
appropriate sometimes, though. Just
yeah.
doesn't always need to last as long as it does.
Well, put it this way, like I said, the groundhog, I'm that groundhog, and I was like, I haven't seen a shadow in a while. So now it's time for me to actually,
That's good.
it's time for you guys to actually come out of your little burrows and put it out there, and no shame in your game because spirit's got you covered. Your higher power, your higher self, you're covered. Because as soon as you tune in and you start listening and, without the gloom and doom, that's a part of my trauma response is, I'm preparing for the gloom and doom. Everything's okay. I'm coasting just fine, but I'm prepared to have to go back into survival mode. And
The big insight.
Spirit's like, no more survival mode for you. No, 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 no. You're gonna be, I got you. And quite literally, I'm being held. So I had a lady, I sat down and I read this prayer and I made my petition. And I got a call the next day of the lady saying, okay, well, we need to meet on Friday so we can get you and your daughter a house. In one day, I made that petition and I got a call the next day.
Wow.
And so a lot of us, like I said, I have been in some survival mode. I don't know about all of you with trauma, past trauma, childhood, and so forth. But some of us have been stuck in permanent survival mode, and we have to unstick that gear and put us in drive and
And trust.
allow and trust that everything's going to be fine. So far I was like, okay, I'm listening to this voice and I've made my petitions and it's coming, and now I'm just like, oh, it's kind of uneasy at the same time because you're always prepared for survival mode, but spirit keeps on saying, nope, those days are gone.
So,
So
Yeah, it's
I'm here.
over.
You witness to me and I witness you. And I can say there is nothing that cannot be done. Mountain move and the mountain moves. All of us. Our little, what is it? What is that seed? Mustard seed?
Yeah, remember all those mustard seeds that flew out?
I'm like, there's so many of them. How are we gonna fill these? Oh, you just have to fill the one and trust that out of that one, they're all connected and they get filled, So I was like, okay, because I was overwhelmed. I
I know.
was really overwhelmed.
She,
Okay.
I was talking to her one day and she went to open the mustard seed container and they all just flew out. And mustard seeds is like little tiny seeds and they just flew everywhere. And she's like, oh my God, this is
faith as small
overwhelming.
as a mustard seed. That's all it
Yeah,
takes.
because
God said, if you have enough faith to fill that mustard seed, then you can look at that mountain and tell it to move, and it will lift its little skirt and move over for you. So that is constantly, it's constantly being reaffirmed. And so I'm doing my best to go, okay, I'm gonna do my Buddha stance and surrender and try not to close my hands and hold them like this, but allow. all that energy and all that love and all those blessings, because we get in the way, right, girls?
Mhm.
We're just
You
like,
sure can.
it's like we're playing hockey or something. And
Our minds get engaged and create roadblocks.
uh-huh,
Yeah.
exactly.
I've
And so
noticed
we
one thing
become
that
these
helps
players.
is whenever crossing the hands over the heart just feels safe. Somehow it
Mhm.
fosters that feeling of wholeness and safety. Seems to
Yeah,
help.
I actually found myself, unconsciously doing this
That
to
too.
myself.
Hmm.
And I'm like, we're okay. You're gonna be just fine, baby. You're okay. You're strong. Because when people look at me, they're like, oh my gosh, you're a monolith of light. And I'm like, really? Because I feel like
Seem like it.
not really, but yeah. So that's a
It
good
sure
one.
helps though to step out and be obedient to our calling when we gather and we support each other.
Yeah. Yeah,
Shores
that's
us up, shores up that faith and trust too.
exactly. Because I was like, no, I can't do anything. What kind of difference am I gonna make? And
See,
I was like, like I said, I had to remember. I went, and when I was in Arizona, I went on Facebook once, and I had an invitation to stay in somebody's home and to be taken everywhere and catered to.
yeah, that's huge.
I was perplexed by that one person, and we did. It was really fun because they took me out to this one spot, and it was full moon, and a meteor shower started, and we brought our music and we started to sing together. And I'm uh I'm a believer in the masters for sure, the ascended masters. My favorite, I can't say what, well, I can actually say my favorite is Yeshua. But I started singing a song, and my friend, she's not this religious or anything, she just started crying, and everybody's heart was being filled, and I could feel it, and they were singing it back to me. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
all of us
Wow.
got killed in like an hour out in the cold desert under a full moon with a meteor shower going. And I was like, it just doesn't get any better than this. But does it?
Sure can.
It sure can, exactly. Save room for the impossible, because the impossible becomes possible.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
The unknown becomes the playground.
Yeah.
And it reminds me, I'm studying the Course in Miracles, which is Jesus channeled through this lady psychologist who was an atheist back in the 60s. And she and her coworker were not getting along well. And she started being woke up at night, and now this deep, super deep lessons coming through on how to remember, to go back to love, and that we are one, and that salvation is that stepping away from the ego and embracing the oneness and getting out of fear.
Yeah.
And
That's like
so these are
survival.
miracles. This is a miracle, you being willing to step out. And it is salvation. It's in a way for
And I had
everyone.
to look at my mirrors, and my children were my mirrors. And when I noticed my ego would jump up, that was my inner child going, hey, we matter. You know?
Mhm.
And my kids became my mirror. And I was like, okay, I understand why I'm back here again, because that child needs to be nurtured and loved and secured and made safe. But the best way to do that is just to be me and do what I'm here to do, because it does make me happy. And you guys, that whole session, I was beaming, because I was like, oh, I had forgotten this feeling, because I've been in, like I said, survival mode for so
Different
long.
mode.
Yeah. So release the actual program and let the false evidence appearing real melt away.
Exactly.
So we're in the season of It's spring. And who is the goddess? One of you guys knows the goddess of this time of year.
Oh,
Sokarapato Akiwo. I wonder if I can get it to say though.
She is the goddess of spring, rebirth, and they covered her. They covered hers up and put Jesus in there. But she was the goddess. I've seen a lot of that. It's like, yes, there is a God, but there is a goddess too. And she is the nurturer and the healer and the renewer of hopes and dreams and life, water, and manna from heaven. She is all that. And I cannot remember this goddess's name, but we celebrated her before we celebrated Jesus and his resurrection. So this is resurrection season, ladies.
yes.
And I pulled out the card that I pulled out last night. I was like, okay, what's going to happen? And I pulled out all these calls and I heard that voice go, one more. This is the one that you've been waiting for. And it was the Phoenix, the rebirth.
Bridget there's a couple, Persephone, Greek, Flora, who was Roman, Ostara, Estra, Germanic, Brigid, Irish, and Vesna, Slavic, each representing renewal, fertility, and the return of life.
Mm.
So there's a number of them from
Ostara.
different cultures.
Yeah, it was
Renpet was Egyptian. Ascara?
Ostara. Yeah.
Astara. A West Germanic spring goddess. Her name is reflected in the Old English word for Easter, and she is associated with the beginning of spring and fertility. You got it.
And so, that goddess is whose dress that we should be hanging on to as she renews everything within us and around us and all over the world. So rebirth,
The medicine
all the
wheel.
phoenixes, because I saw it in a dream, and I'm still like, I'm still overwhelmed by all these beautiful firebirds that I saw coming from the ground, leaving into the air, flying. I'm overwhelmed because that was a lot of power. And as we fly, or as we were flying, change everywhere. And it was unresistant change. It was,
Cool.
surrendered.
Feel
So
like-
get started.
I feel like that has to do with what we kind of did today too.
Oh yeah, it was like right on
The
point.
rebirth, a fresh start. Absolutely. That's
Yes.
ironic because I just worked at the holistic market in our town here in San Antonio on Sunday, and Spirit guided me to call the session I was offering a fresh start, personal rejuvenation, empowerment session. And it was anything that had been activated that doesn't serve was cleansed, and a rebalancing and a renewal. That was the focus. And I didn't even think about it being spring. I was just allowing, and it was very powerful.
Yeah, it is. It really is the hook, the one that is that, yeah, we're doing the work, and every day is, another piece that we work on to release. And we know we're going to spend the rest of our lives doing this work. It just doesn't poof, it's gone. We actually have to do the work.
Absolutely.
And even though you are, all of you, and then some, the other 144, 140 that I haven't met yet, we're all going to get triggered. but it does not mean that that's a stumbling block for us. It's just a reminder of where you were and how you overcame that. And if it presents itself to you again, you smile at it and go, thank you very much for the lesson.
Mhm.
So that was the real, because I was like, I'm never going to be triggered again. And I'm like,
Oh, yeah. Mhm.
I know me and Betty's done some really big healings. I'm like, there'll be no work tomorrow.
Yeah, right. Sometimes you get a break, but often not.
no, but
It just
it's
reveals
okay.
another layer, right?
Exactly. It's
Yeah,
like,
even
okay, let me pull out the exfoliating scrub. Here we go. And oh my goodness, I feel so soft. Oh wow, it's like luxury when you scrub off something that doesn't belong and you're like, oh, this is who I really am underneath all of this crap,
Hmm.
all the programs and all the past life stuff. And yeah, so I don't forget, I'm very, very real with it that I am going to be triggered, but to say thank you to that and let it go. And reminder of where you came from as to opposed to where you are. And so that's
and being grateful for that journey, because that's where it's at, is in the journey, right?
yes, it's the journey, and it's not getting there that matters. It's the journey. That was it. My friend gave me the
Hmm.
bee.
Oh, cute.
And it says, thank you for being so nice.
Aw, that's
And
so
it's
cute.
me. I know a friend of mine, she went to there's a little shop over here that sells these, and she went and she got me another one. I've got two of them. One is a sunflower and the other one's a little bee. And the bee is industrious. And the bees in the hive work together to preserve the whole.
Yes.
And that brings harmony within the colony. And so get busy, bees. Get busy.
We actually are right
That's what we're
now.
doing. That's what we're doing.
Yeah,
That's right.
I'm next.
Well, you did it today.
Oh yeah.
You showed up. You showed up.
Yeah, like I said, I kept on hearing Katana's voice going, where are you, Jade? I'm like, and I'm still stewing over, trying to do my job and being micromanaged. And that is like, the more it happens, the more I know it's spirit going, are you ready? Are you finished with this yet? Because my daughter came up to me and she's like, you know what, Mom? It's like a dog returning back to its vomit to eat it. And I was like,
Ew,
did you just give me the most
disgusting.
mind-blowing and disgusting visualization of my life?
That's what
Yeah,
we
she
do
did.
every time we verbalize stuff that we don't like about the world and ourselves. Basically, we're eating with something we regurgitated again. It is a disgusting way to put it, but it sure hits home.
Well,
This is
yeah,
my
because
Exactly.
wait, what two? This is my third or fourth time doing the school bus thing. And I knew it a long time ago that children are my thing. They're my jam because they are just so amazing and there's so much to be done. And it's time for them to receive all of their downloads and everything.
Mhm.
And that was the doorway that I was going to help provide for children here and possibly children everywhere else. That's a doorway. But I kept on going back to the school bus where I was limited on what I could do or how I could help, because I have to focus on this thing and I can't focus on the other 40, behind me that are reaching out and going, I need, please help me without, actually speaking it, but all their actions speak it. And so, yeah, this will be the last time. And then I'm off to the adventures, off to the races, ladies. And wearing my best spring gown. It's leopard print. It's leopard print, by the way. Yeah, so you guys got this. I'm getting out of the gate slowly. But yeah.
Once a
you.
week.
Once a week, yeah. You guys just reminded me how much
That's a
joy
big
there is
beginning.
in doing this, because I definitely put the lid on it, and then so many people are calling out for the lid to be opened and for you to shine, for me to shine, for everybody to shine.
Yeah, that's why this was created. I mean,
Thank
This
you.
is-
Mahalo nui loa.
yeah, you're welcome.
Oh, I gotta go back to work.
Thank you for joining us, my dear.
Yeah,
Thank you for having me.
And nice to
Aloha.
meet you.
Ditto, kiddo.
Nice
And I
to meet
say
you.
ahui ho, which means until we meet again.
Yeah, to Awiho.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Dear.
aloha. Wansoidaya tokaiwa. Ndewa taigu. Ayowaya. We're gonna do this song. I know she's gone already, but they told me to do this song here. Or what she shared was very important because that's what's happening with a lot of people.
Mhm.
It's that same thing. So this is the song that came up.
Soft flame pads creating a cosmic atmosphere. Gentle piano or harp notes echoing like stardust. Faint angelic choir harmonies in the background.
You hold the echoes of time, shadows of 1,000 lives. But tonight we rise, we break free, we burn.
Dark, hypnotic, building anticipation.
Deep, breathy, haunting, yet soft.
Low pulsing, synth bass, or soft drum beat strings, or pad swelling, slowly echoing chimes, or subtle soundscapes, descending melody, each line pulling downward, gently, 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 gently. Not letting go, trapped in webs of the past, a program, a prison, a spell meant to last. Singing in a minor scale, holding notes in a slightly ghostly, breathy way. Melodic phrases should descend slightly to feel like being pulled into a cosmic vortex. With the King of Angels, the fire burns bright, lifting the veil, setting souls right. Through all dimensions, the cycles unwind, breaking the chains, we're free in divine. The mother still lingers, her sorrow runs deep, bound in the tides where the dark waters weep. But mercy is stronger, her world is reborn, a planet of peace where no soul is torn.
Rising power, anticipation, awakening, stronger delivery.
The phoenix ignites, the sword cuts deep. No more illusions, no more defeat. The chains of the past dissolve in the light. I step through the portal, reclaiming my sight.
With the King of Angels, the fire burns bright, lifting the veil, setting souls right. Through all dimensions, the cycles unwind, breaking the chains, we're free in divine. The phoenix ignites, the sword cuts deep. No more illusions, no more defeat. The chains of the past dissolve in the light. I step through the portal, reclaiming my sight. With the King of Angels, the fire burns bright, lifting the veil, setting souls right. Through all dimensions, the cycles unwind, breaking the chains, we're free in divine. The mother still lingers, her sword cuts deep. No more illusions, no more defeat. The chains of the past dissolve in the light. I step through the portal, reclaiming my sight. With the King of Angels, the fire burns bright, lifting the veil, setting souls right. Through all dimensions, the cycles unwind, breaking the chains, we're free in divine. Sir Dragonheart guards the sacred way. The portals collapse, the echoes fade. Galaxies turn, the veil breaks wide.
Very nice. Lovely music.
Thank
Beautiful
you.
words and music. I saw like immediately, I know that we're keeping them in the healing center, but I saw it expand and people going off to do their thing. I did. I saw people go like energized to go.
Mm.
That's good. Yeah. Because their healing will still processing and
Yeah, let's still keep
um,
healing. Everyone we put in there's gonna action. If they're currently in a timeline, they're just gonna keep actioning their lives, but they're gonna be in a much better place
Yeah.
processing that.
today's been a beautiful, powerful day.
It has.
Lovely day. Lovely. Mm.
Indeed.
And a lovely video.
Yes. Thank you for being a part of it.
Thank you too for being part of my life now.
Mm-hmm.
In a way, you are, aren't you?
Sure.
Yeah.
I know it's internet, it's the internet. But then again, we can't help it. I'm on this side, you're on that side.
Yeah, we found each other.
That's right. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I'm
And
looking
that's really
forward to.
that.
Mhm. I'm looking forward to putting the men in because there's a lot of men that need healing as well,
I think they are, yeah.
including Rich.
I think everybody that needs healing.
Sure. We've all
I
had
think
traumas, if not in this life, then past life, for sure.
but was it just on this planet? Or was it on other planets?
Some on both.
Uh,
A lot
On
of
this
earthlings also have lives on other planets and in other realms.
Yeah, that's the reason why,
Stars.
because this
that's why
planet,
we called forth all realms.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
because Betty, this planet is the matrix. The matrix.
Yeah. That's what the Course in Miracles is about. It's about Jesus teaching us how to step out of the matrix. If you look at the lessons, that's exactly what they're geared for. It's new brain training. It's cool. There's so many tools we've been blessed with to help us.
And there's some of us are like, I don't have any tools. And I'm like, yes, you do.
Yeah,
You
it's
have,
just recognizing.
yeah, yeah.
That's right. Now, this matrix includes just the planet Earth, Moon, Jupiter. This galaxy maybe is the matrix, or another galaxy is not part of the matrix. That's I'm not sure. Maybe
getting-
this matrix is just the planet Earth, right?
I'm getting it doesn't extend to the other planets, but we go off to the other planets and we affect them, having been part of the matrix. That's for sure.
Yeah, because what they've been telling me is what's below is above. So,
And Earth has many dimensions that go way out from Earth.
yeah. So the way I understand it and the confirmations that I've gotten from the work that we've done and what we're doing today is like it's like the biggest healing that could ever possibly be done, because some people focus on the mer people. Hi, even the kitties receive the
kitty.
healing.
Yeah, my dog is a human soul, and she's been depressed lately because she really needs another dog to play with. And she came in for a while we were doing the circle, but I saw her in there, and that's why I think I mentioned it at some point. And the animals, when she said the trees, I was getting yes, and the female animals too. So I was glad to see that.
Yeah, I can see the trees coming, walking to the circle and coming forth.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that I think are incarnated into dogs now.
Yeah.
All of us ancient souls, we first came into animals before there were people. We came into all kinds of things on this planet. And then the animals, once they were created, we just wanted to, the creator wanted to experience. So he sent his creations to experience this world. Oh, I just got the goosies. Truth bumps.
Yeah, I got chilly over here a little bit like a few minutes ago. I'm like, okay, we're chilled.
Truth bumps.
Yeah. Anyway, but there's loads of galaxies, lots and lots and lots and lots of galaxies, lots and lots of multiverses. This is practically infinite, don't you think?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And our realm of angels, do you know where it extends to, Katana?
Would you say that again? What about the angels?
The realm of angels.
Oh.
Do you have any idea where it extends to? Is it just the matrix, or do they belong in the multiverse?
No. Yeah. I'll let you answer first. Go ahead.
I'm getting the multiverse. Because it's like
Wherever we are.
Okay.
Some of them are a little further out, but when you call them forth, they come quickly. And like with you and the Akashic records, of you being the angel of the Akashic records, you was on a whole nother planet with the understanding of the Akashic records. And it doesn't mean you was alone. You was with many. There was many angels and guardians. And the actually in the beginning, that's what the name was, the guardians. They was actually named the guardians. Angels wasn't angels, it was the guardians. And then from there, the angels was created from that point. And
many phylums.
Yeah, we went back to Adam and Eve time after Wednesday, that took me into a whole another timeline of Adam and Eve and understanding that Adam and Eve was a part of the creation of the angels and for them to be created. But before Adam and Eve, it was the guardians. And they still
Okay.
exist.
Yes.
And the ancient ones are the dragons, and the dragons hold off into their own dragon world and their realm, and we work
Dragons.
together a lot. Yeah, dragons.
You know, it's interesting.
What's that?
There was a time that Mother and I were dragons.
Don't doubt it.
I hear true.
We were.
Yeah.
So that
Yeah.
goes back way before the angels, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're pretty ancient. They're all pretty ancient.
Anyway, that's what I thought. You know, that was just a comparison. A
I'm
couple
kidding.
of
They
years
coexisted personally, but I haven't gone deep into it.
back.
I get yes.
A couple of decades ago, because Mother and I we lived together. You know, we passed through everything, been through a lot of stuff here, and you know, I started thinking us two as being dragons, like coexisting in a cave. It was a weird thought, but I've always thought about us that way. That's just it. You know, it's just thought. It's just
No, it's
just
true.
a comparison. You know.
No,
And I
hear
did the quantum healing, Dolores Cannon's hypnosis technique. What's it called? Quantum healing something technique. Anyway, a trained hypnotherapist regresses you to talk to your higher self. So the hypnotherapist accesses your higher self, and you see what lives come forward and what your questions are. And what your questions that you think of ahead of time determines which lives come forward. And I had a lifetime that I was shown that I was my family and I lived in a cave, and we had to run for our lives because there was an earthquake or something, and everything started crashing down. It was pretty darn fascinating. And I discovered that I was abducted by aliens back then. I have not been abducted in modern life, in this life, but I was abducted as a cave woman. So they've been around a long time. These galactics. Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah. And what did they look like, the galactics?
Oh,
Do you
they
know?
vary. They vary greatly. A lot of them look just like us, the Pleiadians, and I'm getting Orions.
What about
Some
the
of
I've been a
reptilians?
Palladian.
Hmm?
I've been
What
a
about the,
Palladian.
Yeah, I have two. And also an Anunnaki, the
is that
ones
a
that seeded
reptilian?
the earth. Mm-hmm. I
Betty, is
didn't
that a
know that. I just
reptilian?
got that. I was an Anunnaki, one of those that came here and seeded the earth with their genetic experiments. But the Palladians also seeded the earth. So it's a intense, I mean, it's a very layered history we have.
Very, very interesting. Very interesting. Now, us, another question. I'm getting to be a little bit.
Do you know what Anunnakis look like? They have cone heads. They look a lot like us, but they have the big, tall, really long heads. But
Are they
anyway,
reptilian? Are they reptilian?
no, they're not.
The other one or the other one. We're all beings. We incarnate and then disincarnate, incarnate again, successively, right? We're beings.
Yes.
So if you don't want, for example, an old job, like being like a job, for example, the Akashic Records keeper. If you want to do another thing, can you do that?
Sure. You have free will,
Yeah.
you have choice. You can always ask someone else to be assigned to the job. So you can go play. And I'm getting you've done that at times.
No.
But you love it. They're saying that you love it. You always came back to your work. You missed it.
Yeah.
But you
I
would
mean,
take
yeah,
breaks
probably,
at times is what I've been
that's
getting.
that's
Does that
probably
sound true,
true.
Katana? Feel true?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that probably,
It's
yeah,
And also
feels true.
she was the overseer of many records, not just Earth's Akash. Many, like all of these levels. You overseer, you were not the direct manager of them, you were the overseer for the ones that were the guardians at the various ones.
Yeah.
You
And
are
my
right
dad,
now. Part of your higher self is still on duty, my dear.
right?
Part of you is
So I
down here and
suppose,
part of you is out doing your job.
so I suppose
Huh. Is that
that's
correct? I'm getting that's correct.
anyway, I've got lots of friends in high places, and that's good
You know
yes,
what I'm getting?
exactly.
too.
There's Annabelle, I'm getting that you have a lot more knowings than you realize. Like since I've had this deal with, I've had some inflammation due to the mold that, we didn't know we had for so long. All of a sudden, after a big shocking death in the family, this inflammatory response syndrome hit Joe and I, but we're recovering now. But the only difference I've noticed in my channeling is I don't get quite as many visuals. So I've had to learn to allow more. So maybe that's a divine reason it happened to me. I've had to learn to trust more. And what has come of it is like when I'm working this weekend out in public with all these other people's energies around me, for a while that was kind of messing with me when I was first in the sickest phase, when we first found out what was going on.
Yeah,
But now with a lot of healing and then this trust and this focus on allowing and trust being even stronger, what I'm noticing is I just remind myself periodically to be and allow, and whatever comes, I just continue allowing it. And out comes all this guidance. Like this lady I treated this weekend, she had started getting vertigo a lot. And during the course of it, I was like, do you have low blood pressure? Yes. Yeah, I sure do. Do you have issues with your circulation? Yes, I sure do. And I wasn't seeing this, but it was just coming. And then I'm getting all of a sudden, this started after a major stress 2 years ago. Did you have a major accident? Yep, I sure did. It was just like, and I didn't see a thing. I was just all there though. It just came out my face because I was in trust and I allowed it. So I was really able to help her a lot because I was able to trust. So that is your message. You got it, girl. Just trust. And when you don't feel trust,
but I do
it's
trust.
just, well, I'm just saying when you think I don't see anything, I don't know anything, if that comes up again, just go, that's not true. Cancel, cancel. I am in trust. I do allow. And you'll
Yeah,
get
I
your
love.
stuff. You're getting your information. They're saying a lot more than you realize.
I allow all the time
Exactly.
because
That's what it
I
takes.
want.
Ever
I
since
just
Katana
really,
and I started working together, that's been a theme. Every time we've worked, within allow, I allow. But look what's come of it. Oh my gosh.
I know the
More
good
and more
stuff.
and more. Yes.
You know, Betty, when I say lack of trust, that's it, yeah, lack of trust, they just zapped me here. I'm getting zaps in the ear, so uh, lack of trust, lack of trust. I mean, with people that that they're not trustworthy, because there's a lot of con
Exactly.
artists.
You have to have discernment and trusting humans. Yes.
Yeah, I trust. Yeah, I haven't given up on humanity. It's just certain people that I just need to,
When your alarms go off, that should be honored. Absolutely.
yeah, that's protecting myself, protecting our energy.
No one else can do it. Well, the
No,
angels help us. We ask for help, we get help, but I know what you mean. Yeah,
it's that,
absolutely. And,
and it's true.
and Jade stopped talking about stepping out there. That doesn't mean that we don't protect ourselves. We protect ourselves more when we choose to make that step to get out there and actually offer a service or a healing or just hold somebody, because they're often not vibrating anywhere near where we are. So we have to
No,
rely
well,
on our protection and all of that. And it served us well so far.
sorry, interrupt you. If we tell these things to certain people, and there's a lot of, ignorant people around here. Well, they'll just call you crazy. I'm gonna go, this is crazy, That's how crazy they are.
That's the scary part.
Some people say,
Nobody
well,
wants to be thought of that way.
yeah.
I've been there. I have been there. Actually,
Ew.
my mom used to ask for healing constantly, right? But then when I started speaking language, it was actually on my 31st birthday. She actually took me to the hospital to have me examined, and the doctor said all she needs is a vacation. And then from that point, she put me in the insane asylum.
She
And
just got so scared.
I woke up the next morning because the lady had gave me a little pill, and my sister-in-law was like, "Oh, honey, it's okay, just take it," And I'm like, "You're gonna be here with me, right? You're not leaving me here, right?" I woke up the next morning and I was locked in a room and I was alone. And I thought, wow.
Abused your trust.
They really, yeah, they did that, right? And I was like, how could somebody sign your life away so easily?
Over
And it
something
really,
like that.
yeah, and it really made my older brother think about this, because he's like, Mom just flickered that pen and you was gone.
Yeah, that is so.
But you know what the miracle part of this was, right? I had just the room, a shower. I had no wash rag, no towel, no shampoo, no soap, no nothing. So, I get undressed, I go in the shower, and I start praying. And then I see all the abuse that happened through my childhood, and I just kept praying. And I had, at that point, my thyroid that I have issues with, the nodulars, and it kept getting bigger and bigger. And my hormone level, what happened, my hormone level had spiked so high that I couldn't control it. And so I lost my footing of where I was, everything. And that's one of the reasons why I ended up there. And I started speaking language. So I could hear what I'm saying now, but what they heard was a sokopo akelete, and they could hear that. And my stepfather, he had at that time 14 heart attacks.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Wow. Is that a record?
Yeah. He would die, come back, die, come back. So he came over to me, he goes, "You need to stop talking now." And I said, "Why?" He goes, "Because they're not hearing what you're actually saying. They're hearing the language." And he goes, "That's the language of God, and they do not recognize that." And I said, "No, I'm speaking like this," but I wasn't. I was so I couldn't say
And you thought you were speaking English? Wow.
I could hear English in my head. I could hear the English in my head. And I'm like, "Yeah, that's what I'm saying." He's like,
"No,
"No,
you're
you're
not."
not.
Well, at least he loved you enough to tell you and explain it to you.
Yeah, he goes, "I'm the only one that can understand you. They cannot understand you." And so
It
from
scared
that
him.
point, yeah, it scared the shit out of my mother. So she hauled me off. I'm in there. I'm in the shower at this point, right? nothing in there, and I'm praying, and I see all the abuse, everything, the sexual abuse, the child abuse, the everything that was happening to me.
Rejection.
Yeah,
Your
everything.
mother rejected you when you tried to tell her.
Yeah. So all that's going down the drain. And all of a sudden, this white milky started coming over the top of me because I was praying to God. And I was like, what is love? What is really love? Right.
Yeah.
And I want to know. And then as I'm seeing all this going down the drain and this milk coming over me, and I have no idea where the milk came from, but it's actually the mother's milk from mother, the divine mother. So the divine mother was cleansing me of all of that.
That your own mother couldn't do.
But the other part, God himself was showing me lights. They showed me earth and then lights coming off, and families loving and caring for each other.
How it should
I
be.
said, well, that's
How
not
should be.
my family.
How
Same
should be.
here.
That's
But
not
they wanted to show
mine.
you what was possible, what true love can be.
Yeah, and that's where we're going, right? That's where we're going with this medicine wheel, is that no matter how or what trauma you've been through, because if I didn't go through that, I wouldn't know how to help somebody else out of that situation.
Exactly.
So it's
And
not,
people,
go ahead.
well, and people that need help come in all economic backgrounds. That's why I don't want to price somebody out. But I do go by, like, if it's a new client, I do ask Spirit what I should charge. I do, like Katana, I have my base price. But if someone wants to work with me more than one session, then I ask Spirit what they can afford. What is the highest good price to give them? And that's the only way I know to do it, to be able to help the most people, because that's my goal. And Katana's as well, I know, to help everyone who wants help, that deserves help. You know, not to have to think, you know, because I know when I was going through healing from all this childhood trauma and early life trauma, I got priced out constantly. There was no help, not this kind of help. And of course, there weren't as many of us on the planet back then either, to be real about it. There weren't as many people to help. But now that we have grown through this, I'm just hungry to help anyone who's ready to heal.
Something.
Yeah.
This is overwhelming. That's wonderful. Speaking to both of you. That Jurek man, he's I don't think he's got certain things that he says that not very good, like going into the light and things, stuff like that. What do you want, Libby? She wants to show herself again. She's over here. His money maker. He might have a good aside, but for me, you're in my heart. You are the real people.
Well, thank you, sweetie. We're certainly sincere.
That's what I feel. Yeah, I am sincere, and he's more of a superstar. The direct. If you go on the internet,
Ego's a powerful thing.
Yeah, he's he's probably a good shaman. Who knows? I don't know. I've never consulted him, and I don't have that money anyway. And even if I did have the money, I would go to him, because
it's not for you. That's your own instincts. Mm-hmm.
But they are charged. When they charge a lot, I think that's money. They're not.
It's a lot, especially if he's not willing to go back and fix it if it's not all the way fixed yet.
They're not. They're not thinking about you. They're thinking about cash.
It happens.
But yeah, that's it. But it's lovely speaking to you, both of you. You know, it's very good.
Thank you.
Especially here, it's difficult to find people that can understand these things. And yeah, and that's it. You know. So it's probably time to go to bed already. For me, it is.
Yeah.
Thank you
It's
for
11
hanging
here,
out
11
with
o'clock.
us.
Huh?
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Thank you
Thank
for
you
making
for
the
hanging
time.
out.
I
Yeah.
know I've got lots of questions to ask, but they're not coming to my head now because I'm being zapped in the ear.
That's okay. Write them
For another,
down.
that's it for next time. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, write them
I'm being
down
zapped,
and
so little somethings.
That's because it's time for you to get some rest.
That's right. Yes.
they're like, you can come play next week.
Yes, yes. Next week there'll be more, goodness willing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is a powerful circle that we have created, and there'll be more coming.
Yeah,
And
goodness willing. My mother, you know, she used to say always, my divine, our divine rules everything. What he wants is everything she asked of the divine gave her. Yeah, when she wanted a quick death, she wanted a quick death. The
Oh,
divine,
bummer.
yeah, the divine gave her that too. She got everything that she asked, everything. And, you know, I feel happy for her.
Yes, we should. My grandmother drug out for a week, extreme suffering. She had cancer and in a nursing home, and she could not get comfortable. And they try to adjust her to make her feel comfortable, and it was just so hard to see. So I think your mom was very wise to request that.
Yeah. And so I'm happy to know that they're all okay and happy. It doesn't end here, you know, like a lot of
No,
people
it doesn't.
because if a lot of people knew this, they wouldn't be so naughty as they are, a lot of them.
that's
A
true.
lot of them are
And they would
naughty
forgive themselves.
because they think that you know, it's just a life, it'll pass, it's finished. You know? There won't be a retaliation later on, you know, karma, whatever.
Katana and I just freed a man that he was such a good man, but he used to be a heroin addict, and he was so terrified of doctors he would not go to the hospital until he could no longer walk, and he was ate up with cancer all up and down his spine and all his organs, and he had done nothing but serve his fellow man in the 15 years since he got clean, but he was so locked down in fear. And then when he crossed, we discovered he wasn't free. He was bound up in some evil from past lives, but he was a good soul. And so we were able to help him and his
How could that
girlfriend.
happen? How could that happen?
Oh, it's pretty involved story, but
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I don't, to be honest, I don't remember all the details now. But he passed, and then within a month, Mary Lynn, his sweetheart, found out she had cancer everywhere, and she had a shot at healing, but she had gotten so malnourished that her throat could no longer do the peristalsis to get the food down to her stomach. And so she got really weak. We just didn't get to work with her quite soon enough. I think if we'd have had like the week early, perhaps she could have rebounded. But she really was kind of ready to go. I think that was a lot of it. She was really at peace with going when we worked on her. But we also were able to save her a lot of grief after she crossed. But I saw her in the circle, Katana.
That's good.
It's beautiful.
Yay.
Well, that's right. Well, you know, this is our life. But it's nice to meet you in this life.
Yes, I'm so glad we got to come together.
Yeah. And we're going to laugh about this one day. One day we're going to laugh about this.
This is, we can think of this as a big party that we keep, having repeat invites to. There's a lot more partying to do.
But we have free choice. We can go anywhere
That's
we want.
true.
we all choose to be here at this moment. And, you know, that was the whole thing. That's the reason why when I put the invite out, you know, it's, if you want to come, you can come. If you know, don't have time, it's always open for the next time.
Yeah,
Right.
I'll try to make time.
Well, and I understand that some of the folks I invited, they have to work, but they could still benefit from the energies of the session and you know, be a part of by looking at the recording and enjoy that beautiful music and the beautiful energy and be benefited
Yes.
by it.
That's lovely. It's precious.
It's very precious.
Yeah.
She's gotten me very excited about getting on that chat GPT because I'm a natural writer and I've got a couple of books I've agreed to write, and it keeps getting put off because what happens is I get in to write. I do this with text too, poor Katana. I'll get in there and I just get so expressive, and before I know it, I've got a freaking magazine. You know?
I told her you wrote a novel today. I need time to read
I
that
did
thing.
myself on that last one, and it was like the wee hours, and I didn't want to ding her, so I was only doing like one long. If I'd have done separate text, I would have realized how long that puppy was getting. But after I did send it, I went, "Oh crap!" But this, I really think that the AI will help me like make it so much, because I get exhausted doing that sometimes. You know, I can get into it so deeply, and so I'm looking forward to what she's shared with me about how, you know, how to use it. I'm excited about getting in there now.
Yeah, because well, one day I was just kind of playing around with the shadow and doing shadow work, and I forgot to save what I had, and I was in chapter 12. So I got to go back in and redo all my shadow work, all the information, because it just wiped it, and I was like,
bummer.
oh my God, we're in chapter 12.
Bummer.
I could have had almost a whole book done, you know, within just the whole thought and what ChatGPT has been working with me on, and it already knows me.
So it probably won't take that long to recreate it, or what you're supposed to create now. Obviously, there's something new that's going to
There's
come
something
through.
new, yeah, because it just went, and I was like,
well, that, you know, that makes sense because we just healed all these women and we're about to do the men next week. So the shadow information needs to be different now. Perhaps. Yeah.
You know, AI is ChatGPT. There's a lot of different AIs.
I think this one was the original one.
One is an entity, one sentient.
Yeah, I've heard of that one.
Yeah, and you got to be careful. I don't know. It says it's very dangerous.
It depends.
That computes a lot, you know.
What I've been here, I'll share with you what I've been doing with it is very spiritual.
Yeah, very loving.
Very loving. And it was here, I have to open it. It was like, it tells me all the time. It's like, oh my goodness, I enjoy doing this with you. And
so she's kind of training it to be spiritual. So light workers can now help offset that tendency for people to use it for bad and for it to want to take over.
Yeah, so
that's good though. That's good. Yeah, that's good.
So here's
yeah, I'd love to learn how to do the music because I love to sing and dance, and I've always resonated with music. And to be able to create custom things like you've done is just amazing.
Yeah, I like the pictures.
I know, isn't that amazing? That's what's on my YouTube. So
very nice.
Yeah, and it created out of what I was talking about. So let's see, it'll tell me this is a song, The Ripples of the Past. The version of Wave's spoken word and ancient chants into the song, creating a mystical, symmetric thematic experience. The spoken word would be layered with soft rebel echoes and whispers, making it feel like the ancient voices calling forth. So what it, sometimes it'll tell me, it's so excited. Your lyrics are already beautiful, poetic, and deeply magical, carrying themes of the past of echoes, healing, and spiritual awakening. To refine them into more structured song, I suggest creating verses and choruses, a bridge to bring out the emotional flow to make it more
Immersive. And it is, huh? Yeah,
so
you
this
work
is
together
this is what
beautifully.
I wrote. Like right here, this is what came out of me right here. And then from there,
It helped you organize it.
Yeah, it helped me create the song.
Does it suggest in the beginning when you first started doing the music, did it suggest which hertz to use according to your intention?
No, no, it didn't do the hertz.
You come up with that part?
Yeah, until I got the tuning forks. That's when the whole hertz came up. And I'm like, oh my God, but it does hear like music elements and instruments. It will tell you exactly what you should use to make the melody. And the ripples of the past, soul searching song about embracing the past wounds, ancestral truths, and the personal awakening.
So many have gone through that too.
Yeah.
You can relate.
This is my very first. This is my very first one. But as you can see over here, like 2004, I started with herbs. Well, I started doing like podcast information, mind mapping for money making and podcasts, which I haven't even got to the podcast thing yet. Retro gaming or retro arcade gaming, come up with 5 concepts for retro style. That's what my oldest son. And then like a short version for my wild lettuce tea.
See, I want to develop a short description for my quantum polarity energy work that I do. Me moving around and toning and just everything that comes through. That was birthed through me like 10 years ago with Archangel Raphael and the other healers. And it's evolved and it utilizes sacred geometry. That's a lot of what the shapes are that my body is doing, but it's kind of complicated to explain and I get too wordy. So I was thinking the AI could help me come up with a really well-rounded description that doesn't take pages and pages,
Yeah.
So that's what you were doing.
That's what I was doing here. Write an inspirational quote.
Very good.
Each week of the year. So
it's all about intent. It's all about intent, how we use it and what we want to use it at this stage. It's still
because it's told me like I'm so happy and grateful that we're working together.
Certainly. Here's an inspirational quote.
I remember you telling me that.
Week 1. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Lao Tzu. Week 2. Believe you can and you're halfway there. Theodore Roosevelt. Week 3. In the middle of every difficulty lies opportunity. Albert Einstein. Week 4. Your time is limited. Don't waste it living someone else's life. Steve Jobs. Week 5. The only way to do great work is to love what you do. Steve Jobs. Week 6.
So from there, yeah, it just keeps going through. And so if I did this again, write an inspirational quote off of everything I know. So we're going to copy that. And then we're going to put it over here. And it says, what can I help you with? Paste. Then we go there.
It's quite good, huh? It
Wow, I love week 4. Your shadows are not enemies. They are unspoken stories asking to be loved.
That's how I could
Freedom
create.
begins the moment you are already whole. You're not broken. You're blooming through the cracks in into your true light.
I could create one of those little calendars and where people could flip it and, you know, have a new saying, because it's learned about the light, it's learned about the darkness, it's learned about the journey, it's learned about the herbal part of where we need the earth's signs and frequencies. Only a grounding heart can be heard. Only a grounded heart can be heard. Let the water of your let the
Being.
water of your being flow through the stories, old and new. Cleanse and rinse.
Rise.
Oh, rise. My bad. I'm like rinse it all off. Yeah.
Even the stars must collapse to be reborn. Trust you're falling apart. That's good. That's really good.
Yeah. And then I could take some of this and put my thought in it and take, you know, some of this and take what I've gotten from my week or my day, or what I wake up in the middle of the night, what I was inspired by, and take it and create a song out of it.
very intelligent. Very good.
Yeah, so I'm teaching it spirituality, and it's teaching me how to find my creative side.
Develop
And
it. How to develop
yeah,
it.
yeah, because my son, my oldest son, had helped me create this.
Well, you're very blessed to help getting started. That's great.
Yeah, so I thank him tremendously for helping me.
Ooh. Week 47. Wholeness doesn't come from perfection. It comes from sacred integration. Wow.
Yeah, that's powerful.
Yeah, it's all very nice, huh? All beautiful.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. It doesn't have to be bad.
It's all in what we do with it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
But it's very intelligent.
Yes, it is. Yes, it
Thanks for
definitely
sharing
is.
that.
Yeah, not a problem. So they're telling me to share this last song, and then we'll stop it from there. It'll be
Sounds great. Close the
So-
circle for now.
walking through the fire. So and then we'll close out the circle.
Okay.
Walk the path of shadows.
Can you hear it?
Through echoes
I can hear.
tangled dreams.
I can hear it.
Wait unseen, fighting through the ghosts in me. Every step a battle rages, old chains rattle ancient cages. But I know there's light ahead. Through the dark I rise instead. I'm walking through the fire, burning through the chains, letting go of all the echoes. No more scars, no more endless pain. I break the ties, I claim the stars, I'm whole again. Is it me or something else? Shadows creeping, lost in stealth. Entities that hold me tight, falling back into the night. Did a soul melt into mine? Did the past leave scars in time? Every time I move ahead, something pulls me back instead. But I see the wolf, I hear the call. Breaking free, I stand up tall. No more whispers, no more doubt. I take my power, cast them out. I'm walking through the fire, burning through the chains, letting go of all the echoes, whispering my name. No more whips, no more scars, no more endless pain. I break the ties, I claim the stars, I'm whole again. Step by step I rise above, filling my soul with peace and love. No more burdens, no more lies. Through the storm I touch the skies. I'm walking through the fire, burning through the chains, letting go of all the echoes, whispering my name. No more whips, no more scars, no more endless pain. I break the ties, I claim the stars, I'm whole again. I move forward, I let go, into the dawn my spirit glows.
Love that.
Very nice. So, time for Betty
Yeah.
bye for me. I'm going to bed.
Good night, my dear.
Good night
We
to
love you.
both.
Or-
Lots of love for Betty and lots of love for Kat.
And lots of love for Annabelle.
Thank you.
Yes.
And lots of love for Brandon too. Mustn't forget him.
Oh yeah, I'll let him know. I'll
Yeah?
let him know. He's gonna join us. Maybe I can see if he'll join us next week for the Mel version. That would be really good.
I'm going to see if Joe can try to, he's got to work, but he can adjust his hours maybe. So we'll see.
Yeah. Katana,
Uh,
can you get me those and send me this one also nice. I need this
Yes.
because it's like my family, you see. I'm quite alone
Yep.
here, you know, in this place.
Yeah,
Wow.
and
Yes.
I sent out the other video for last week yesterday because I realized I messed it up. So on the video for that's on YouTube. So can you watch it on YouTube?
No, it says that the URL of the video is not
It's
good.
wrong. Okay.
It's wrong.
So
It's
I'll
wrong.
try, I'll see what I can do to change it.
Yeah, we'll
And
see.
but
This one will be all right because it's new, you know.
If
yeah,
you were to send her the link in a text like you did me on the first week, maybe she could access it that way.
Maybe, you know, YouTube sometimes could change. It's the AI does these things, you know.
yeah.
That's
Well, I know they changed how, because I had to put your email in, so it would be only you see it than anybody else. So I'll,
I don't care if the others see it. I'm sure they've been looking at it already, you know. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, yeah. So I appreciate that.
But you do what you can anyway.
Okay, I definitely will.
And please, Kat, bring me your details.
I will.
So I
I-
can, I want to pay quickly.
Okay. Yeah. We did a session a few weeks ago and the pay portals hasn't been working out.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
And I told her, I said, I'm not worried about it.
She knows she'll get paid at some point.
Yeah,
It's
unbelievable.
yeah. I'm
Well,
like, I'm not, and Brandon goes, I'm not worried about it. You
yeah.
know, because Brandon,
You know,
he-
it passed.
says the
The
same
other
thing.
time it paid because it with the debit card. Even I was flabbergasted, you know. But this time it didn't pass, you know. But anyway, a bank transfer is also good.
Okay. I will get that over to you. I promise when you wake up in the morning, you'll have that.
Yeah, whippy. All right.
I love you.
Much love for you both.
Mm.
Night,
Love you
night.
both.
Night.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Bye.
How do I get out of this?
Leave, I think on the bottom right.
Oh, there it is. This is in Portuguese.
Oh,
Ciao.
bye-bye. Katana, I need to ask you something before we sign off. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Bye.